Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing that didn't make sense was the sign. Not the fog, not at first. Fog rolled in off the coast all the time in western Oregon, especially on the old two-lane roads where the trees crowded close. And every ditch smelled like wet bark and engine oil. But the sign was wrong in a way my brain kept trying to sand smooth. It stood at the corner of a narrow road I knew should have been called any Porter Creek Road, because I had taken it twice that week already. And instead of Porter Creek, the green metal plate said, Ravenick letter 3DF, Eltmar white letters, reflective paint, same state approved font, or close enough that it almost passed. The post was rusted at the base. The bolts had the little halos of grime you get after years of rain. I sat there with my foot hovering over the brake, windshield wipers dragging mist into dull arcs. And for one ridiculous second, I thought maybe it was a prank by bored teenagers with access to a sign shop. Then my GPS said, in its calm little phone voice, continue straight for 0.2 miles. And that was somehow worse. My name is Owen Price, 31, male, born in Tacoma, and currently living out of a cramped rental in Portland, while I tried to pretend freelance mapping work was a stable career. I wasn't supposed to be out there that late. I had taken a contract photographing road conditions for a county subcontractor, culverts, potholes, storm-washed shoulders, the kind of work nobody notices unless it fails. And I had dragged 2 friends along because I bribed them with gas station coffee and the promise of dinner in Astoria afterward. The truth was I hated driving rural roads at night by myself. I could dress it up as efficiency or safety protocol, but it came down to one old fear I never liked naming. When I was 17, I got lost on a logging road outside Eatonville during a storm. No cell service, no map, just my own stubbornness, and 4 hours of dark trees scraping the truck. Since then, wrong turns made my chest feel crowded. Why'd you stop? Mara asked from the passenger seat. Mara Voss, 32, female, was from Hamburg originally, and had lived in Oregon long enough to complain about American bread like it had personally wronged her. She was a field audio technician for a nature documentary crew between jobs, which meant she treated every environment like it had something to say if people would shut up long enough to listen. She had one knee tucked under her, rain jacket zipped to her throat, a thermos between her boots, and a small handheld recorder resting in her lap. She looked past the wipers at the sign and leaned forward. In the back seat, Jamie Bell, 28, male from Boise, lifted his head from the glow of his phone. Jamie worked nights at a hospital lab and had the bleached, blinking look of someone who lived under fluorescent panels. He had come because he was my oldest friend, and because he claimed he wanted a normal spooky drive, not a trauma bonding incident. His humor got sharper when he was anxious, That mattered later. "What language is that?" he said. "That's what I'm trying to figure out," I said. Mara wiped a circle in the passenger window with her sleeve. The fog had thickened so quickly, it looked smeared onto the glass from outside, dense and grainy under the headlights. "Could be a film shoot sign," she said, "or one of those fake town festivals. Scandinavians love extra vowels." "That is not Scandinavian," Jamie said. "That looks like a Wi-Fi password having a stroke." I laughed because he wanted me to, but it came out thin. The road around us was ordinary enough to make the sign feel like a bad edit pasted into a familiar photo. Tall Douglas firs leaned over both shoulders. Blackberry canes climbed the ditch banks. Somewhere off to our right, water ran through a culvert with that hollow knocking sound of runoff hitting corrugated metal. The inside of my Subaru smelled like wet wool, stale fries, and the bitter coffee Mara had spilled into the cup holder outside Vernonia. The dash clock read 10:46 p.m. We had left the main highway only 20 minutes earlier, chasing the last inspection points on my work list. There were 4 more culverts to photograph, and then we could head north, eat something hot, and maybe laugh about how county road names sounded like rejected campground mascots. That had been the plan, a boring plan, my favorite kind. I rolled down my window halfway. Cold fog slid in over my knuckles. It carried the smell of marsh grass and wood smoke, but under that was something metallic, like pennies left in rainwater. The engine ticked at idle. Farther away, too far to place, a dog barked twice and stopped. "Take a picture," Mara said, "already ahead of you." I lifted my phone, framed the sign, and tapped the screen. The camera struggled. It brightened, dimmed, brightened again. For a second, the letters on the sign seemed to flare too white, not glowing, just catching the headlights at a bad angle. Then the phone clicked. Jamie leaned between the seats. "Send that to me." I opened the photo. The image showed the road, the fog, the signpost. The sign itself was blank green. No words. I stared at it long enough that my eyes started watering. "What?" Jamie said. I passed the phone to Mara without speaking. She looked at the photo, then at the sign, then back at the photo. "That is compression," she said too quickly. "It's not compression. Low light, reflective surface, camera processing. It happens." Jamie snatched the phone carefully from her hand. "Okay, yeah, that's cursed adjacent." "It's a road sign," I said. My own voice annoyed me. Flat, defensive, like I was arguing with a parking meter. Mara reached for her recorder and clicked it on. The tiny red light blinked. "What are you doing?" I asked, recording ambience. "Of the sign. Of you two losing your minds next to infrastructure." She smiled when she said it, but she kept her eyes on the fog. That was Mara. She collected evidence before she collected fear. Once, during a minor earthquake, she stood in a doorway holding a microphone toward the rattling cabinets because she wanted to capture the room reacting. Jamie had called it her apocalypse internship. The GPS chirped again. "Continue straight." I checked the map. A pale blue route line crawled through gray-green nothing. According to the phone, we were still exactly where we should have been. Any Porter Creek Road. No weird name. No missing turn. The next culvert point was 12 minutes ahead. Maybe County replaced the sign with something temporary, I said. Jamie said, temporary in what, demon Esperanto? No demon talk. Fine, municipal Esperanto. Mara reached past me and tapped the hazard button. Orange flashes pulsed against the fog, turning it briefly amber, then gray again. We should not sit in the lane. She was right. The road wasn't busy, but it was narrow, with no real shoulder, just soft gravel slumping into weeds. I eased forward and pulled off as far as I could without dropping the passenger wheels into the ditch. The tires crackled over wet gravel. Beneath that, I heard something scrape under the car, a long plastic rasp. I winced. What was that? Jamie asked. Probably a branch. Probably, he said, because he knew I hated probably. I put the car in park and killed the headlights. For one moment, the world outside disappeared except for the blinking hazards and a wet silver edge along the road. Then Mara said softly, "Turn them back on." I did. The beams filled with fog so thick it seemed textured, each droplet bright and moving. Beyond 20 feet, the road vanished. Not curved away, not darkened, vanished. The white edge line ran forward and stopped like it had been cut with scissors. "Fog bank," I said. No one answered. We had driven into fog before. Anyone who has spent time near the Oregon coast knows the way it pours over the roads, sudden as someone opening a freezer door. But this had edges. Behind us, in the side mirror, I could see dark road, trees, normal night. Ahead, the fog held its place in a wall, soft and absolute. Jamie made a small clicking sound with his tongue. "Nope. It's coastal air," Mara said. "Temperature drop. Maybe the road dips." "Then why is it only ahead?" "Because that is where the dip is." "Mara, respectfully, your commitment to boring explanations is starting to feel religious." I picked up my phone again and refreshed the map. The signal showed 2 bars of LTE. Not great, not nothing. I opened the county work app. The next inspection marker sat ahead of us, a red dot labeled C17B due tonight. Photos required. If I skipped it, I could probably explain. Washed out conditions. Visibility hazard. The job paid by completed points, though, and I had already lost 2 days that month to a dead alternator, and a client who decided invoices were more like suggestions. My thumb hovered over the screen. Mara noticed. "Owen, I know, you are thinking about the culvert. It's 12 minutes. It's dark, foggy, and the sign is weird." "The sign is weird, yes. The road is still the road." Jamie leaned back with a tired laugh. "That should go on your tombstone. The road is still the road. Very helpful. I'm serious. I vote we turn around, go to Astoria, eat something fried, and report the mystery alphabet to whoever handles haunted signage." I looked behind us. The road we had come from was visible in broken pieces between the hazard flashes. Damp pavement, black trees, a curve about 50 yards back, a normal retreat. Easy. Then my phone buzzed. Not a call, a message from the work app. Location confirmed, C17B access route. Proceed when safe. I hadn't touched anything. Mara saw my face. "What now?" I showed her. She frowned and took the phone from me. "Automated geofence." "Yeah, probably triggered when we stopped." "Probably," Jamie echoed from the back. And this time nobody laughed. A vehicle approached from behind. At first, it was only the faint hiss of tires on wet pavement. Then a pair of headlights appeared around the bend, low and yellow, through the mist behind us. I felt a stupid rush of relief, so strong it embarrassed me. People made places real. Another car meant we were just 3 adults overreacting to fog, and a sign somebody had messed with. The vehicle slowed as it came up behind us. An older Ford pickup, blue or maybe black under the rain, with a ladder rack and one brake light out. It pulled alongside my window, close enough that I could see mud sprayed up the doors. The driver rolled his window down. He was a white man in his late 50s, maybe early 60s, with a gray beard trimmed short and a baseball cap darkened by moisture. His face had that weathered local look people get from years of working outside in sideways rain. Beside him sat a woman around the same age, hair pulled back, glasses catching dashboard light. Both looked more irritated than frightened, which helped. "You folks all right?" the man called. His voice was rough, practical. "Yeah," I said, leaning toward the window. "Just checking directions." He glanced ahead at the fog. His expression changed a little, not dramatically. The corners of his mouth tightened. "Road S bad tonight," he said. Mara leaned across me. "Do you know if this is still Porter Creek?" The man looked at the sign. For a second, he didn't answer. The woman in the passenger seat touched his arm. "Not a grab, 2 fingers on his sleeve," he said. "Should be," Jamie muttered, encouraging. I ignored him. "Does that sign look wrong to you?" The man's eyes moved from me to Mara to the sign again. "County does dumb things." "What language is it?" Mara asked. The woman leaned forward now. Her window was up, but I saw her lips press into a line. The man didn't look at her. "Can't help you there," he said. "You headed through." "We've got a work point up ahead," I said. He sniffed once, like he had an opinion about that. I'd turn around. "Is the road closed?" "Didn't say that." "Was there an accident?" He looked into the fog. The headlights from his truck lit the side of our car and made every bead of water on the glass tremble. "Fog gets bad in that low stretch," he said. "People miss the bend. Ditch is deep. Cell service goes stupid. Happens." That was all believable. Annoyingly believable. Mara asked, "Have you seen the sign like that before?" The woman in the truck said something then, too quiet for me to catch through the glass and engine noise. The man's jaw shifted. He said, "You folks have a good night," and began rolling up his window. "Wait," I said. "Is there another way around? Back to the junction. Take 47 north, then cut over." "That adds 40 minutes, I said before I could stop myself. He gave me a look with no sympathy in it. 40 minutes is cheap. Then the pickup pulled forward, its tires hissing. I expected it to pass into the fog ahead of us. It didn't. It made a careful 3-point turn in the road, backing toward the ditch, then straightened out and drove back the way it had come. Its taillights shrank into red smears and vanished around the bend behind us. Inside the Subaru, no one spoke. The hazards clicked. Tick, tick, tick. Mara turned off her recorder. The small plastic button made a hard little snap. Jamie said, "I would like to officially upgrade my vote." I rubbed both hands over my face. My palms smelled like steering wheel vinyl and cold coffee. The reasonable choice was behind us. Turn around. Lose the job point. Eat the cost. Send the weird sign photo blank or not to the county contact in the morning and make it someone else's problem. But the road ahead was still technically open. My GPS still showed the route. The work app still expected me to proceed. And under the fear, under the old memory of dark logging roads and my younger self trying not to cry behind a wheel, something stubborn stirred. I hated that part of me, the part that believed backing away would prove the fear had been right all along. Mara must have seen it. "Owen," she said, quieter now, "this is not about finishing the list." I looked at her. The fog pressed against the headlights, rolling in slow folds. Ahead, past the strange sign, the white edge line disappeared into it. Jamie leaned forward between the seats, his voice low and stripped of jokes. "We go back, right?" My phone buzzed again in the cup holder. This time it wasn't the work app. It was my GPS rerouting itself. The blue line flickered, jumped, and redrew. "Straight ahead. Proceed to route," it said. No one touched the screen. Mara's hand moved to the door handle, not opening it, just resting there. Behind us was the road back to the junction, the man in the pickup's warning, and a long detour that would cost me a contract I needed more than I wanted to admit. Ahead was a fog bank with hard edges, a sign that my eyes could read, but my camera could not. And 12 minutes of road my phone insisted still existed. I kept my foot on the brake. The engine idled. The choice sat there with us, breathing in the vents. I should have turned around. I know that now with the clean, useless certainty that comes after a bad choice, when every detail arranges itself into a warning you were too proud, or too tired, or too scared to respect. At the time, sitting there with my foot on the brake and the fog packed into the headlights, it didn't feel like a bad choice. It felt like a small professional risk. One last culvert. 12 minutes in, 12 minutes out. A contract saved. A story to complain about over dinner. I said, "We'll go slow." Jamie made a sound from the back seat. Not a word, more like air leaving a tire. Mara turned toward me. "Owen, I'm not bombing through it," I said. 5 miles an hour if we have to. We get to see 17B, take the photos, and turn around. And if visibility drops to nothing, then we stop. And if someone comes behind us, then they'll see the hazards. Jamie leaned forward between the seats, his face pale in the dash glow. "You hear yourself, right? You sound like a guy in a workplace safety video right before the narrator starts using past tense." I almost snapped at him. The words rose fast and hot. Then get out, walk back, call an Uber from the haunted tree road. But he was scared, and I was scared, and anger was just fear wearing a jacket. I swallowed it. "1 point," I said, quieter. "That's all." Mara watched me for a second longer. Her eyes were not angry. That made it worse. "Fine," she said, "but we record the drive. GPS-audio. If the road gets bad, we leave." No argument. I nodded, though even then I heard the little loophole in it. If the road gets bad. As if we could all agree on the exact moment bad began. She set her phone against the windshield with a rubber mount from her field bag and opened the video camera. Jamie, after muttering something about documentary evidence for my wrongful death lawsuit, pulled up a mapping app on his own phone. I put the Subaru into drive. The tires rolled over wet gravel, then back onto pavement. For 3 seconds, nothing changed. We crept past the strange sign, its white lettering sliding along my left peripheral vision. Ravenik ELT Mar. I did not look directly at it. That felt childish, but I didn't. Then the fog took the car. It wasn't dramatic. No wall, no impact, no sudden blackness. The headlights simply filled with a pale thickness that erased depth. The world narrowed to the hood, the first few dashes of the center line, and the wet shine of pavement directly ahead. Sound changed too. The engine seemed closer, tucked under my knees. The wipers dragged across the glass with a gummy squeak. Somewhere outside, water dripped from branches in heavy taps that sounded like footsteps, stopping just beyond view. 7 miles an hour, Mara said. I see it. I'm just saying. Please keep saying, Jamie said. Narrate our terrible decisions. The GPS still showed the blue line straight ahead, but the map had begun to lag. Our position marker twitched and corrected itself every few seconds, like the phone was unsure whether we were moving. The work app marker for C17B sat ahead of us, 0.8 miles. Almost there, I said. No, Mara said. At this speed, no. She was right. The number made it feel close. The road made it feel like we had entered a tunnel made of damp cotton. First wrong sign came after what felt like 5 minutes. It stood on the right shoulder, a yellow diamond shape, same size and color as a curve warning. But instead of an arrow, it showed a black symbol like 3 stacked hooks, each bent the wrong way. Beneath it, someone had bolted a smaller rectangular plate with the same unknown script. Jamie whispered, "Okay, that is not county dumb." Could be logging company markings, Mara said, but she sounded less certain now. Unofficial reflective signs. Private road systems get strange. This isn't private. I kept the wheel steady. The pavement dipped and rose under us. Once, the front tires hit a shallow pothole full of water, and the splash slapped the underside of the car hard enough that Jamie cursed. "Road S holding," I said, mostly for myself. Mara didn't answer. She had her recorder in one hand, and her phone pointed forward with the other. Her breathing had gone measured in the way people breathe when they are trying not to show panic. Jamie's phone chimed. He looked down. "Oh, that's fun." "What?" I asked. "My map thinks we're in the river. We're not." "Yes, Owen, I had detected that by the lack of drowning, but my map disagrees." Mara glanced back. "Which river?" "Nehalem, I think." "No, wait, it just jumped." Now we're in a field. My own GPS still showed the road, sort of. The blue line remained, but the surrounding road labels had vanished. Gray blankness spread around our route. When I pinched to zoom, the app froze for a second, then reloaded with no street names at all. The work app still had C17 be 0.5 miles. That became the hook in me. A stupid red dot on a screen, a task, a finish line. My brain, under pressure, made it more solid than the road under the tires. Then the car jerked. Not hard, a tug to the right, sudden enough that I tightened my grip and corrected. The steering wheel shivered in my hands. "Was that you?" Mara asked. "No." Higher pressure light blinked on. A tiny amber horseshoe on the dash. For a moment, all 3 of us just stared at it. "No," I said. The car pulled again, more noticeably this time. Jamie said, "Please tell me that's a sensor being dramatic." I eased off the gas. The Subaru crawled another 15 feet and began to thump. Flat tire, not blown out, not shredded, but low enough that each rotation made a soft, rubbery whomp under the passenger side. I guided us toward what I hoped was the shoulder. The edge line appeared, vanished, appeared again. Gravel rattled beneath us. "Careful," Mara said. "I'm trying." The right front wheel dropped slightly. The car tilted. I hit the brake. Everything stopped except the wipers. For a second, nobody moved. Then Jamie said, "I would like to file a complaint with the plot." I put the car in park and exhaled through my nose. My hands hurt from gripping the wheel. "Everybody stay inside," I said. Mara already had her seat belt off. "We need to check the tire." "Inside first." "Owen, we cannot fix it by respecting it from indoors. We also can't fix it if someone comes around a curve and takes the door off." She paused. That landed. The fog outside pressed against the windows. The hazards clicked orange against it. Ahead, the road did not exist beyond the hood. Behind, same. We were no longer at the edge of the fog bank. We were inside its body. I checked the work app. C17B, 0.3 miles. I hated myself for looking. Mara saw me. "Do not." I didn't say anything. "You looked at the point." "I'm checking where we are." "No, you are checking whether the job is still possible." Jamie leaned forward. "Can we fight after the wheel is less square?" A practical problem. Finally, something with bolts and tools and a procedure. I opened the glove compartment, grabbed the cheap headlamp I kept for night photos, and clicked it on. The beam looked weak in the fog, a cone full of glittering droplets. Pulled up the roadside assistance app. No signal. The LTE bars were gone, replaced by a gray SOS indicator that flickered and disappeared. "No service," I said. Jamie checked his phone. "Same." Mara held hers near the windshield. "Mine says emergency calls only." "Try 911, Jamie said. She did. She put it on speaker. The call failed before it rang. She tried again. This time it connected, just long enough for a burst of digital noise to crackle through the speaker. Not a voice. Not words. A chewed-up mechanical chatter, then silence. The call dropped. Mara looked at the screen. "That can happen in low service," she said. Nobody argued. Nobody believed it enough to feel better. I popped the trunk from the dash. "We change the tire, then turn around." Mara looked at me sharply. "Turn around." Yes. It cost me something to say it. More than it should have. The red dot sat 3/10 of a mile ahead, close enough to walk, close enough to finish. But the tire changed the equation. That was the line my pride could accept. Jamie patted my shoulder once. "Growth. Don't make me regret it." We got out into the fog. The cold hit immediately. It crept under my collar, wet and intimate, and carried that same metallic penny smell, stronger now, mixed with mud and crushed fern. The fog muffled our voices, but sharpened small sounds. The ping of cooling metal under the hood, the gravel shifting under Jamie's shoes, Mara's zipper rasping as she pulled her jacket higher. The right front tire was nearly flat. A dark strip of something stuck out from the tread. At first, I thought it was a nail. Then I crouched, headlamp beam wobbling over wet rubber, and saw a shard of metal wedged deep into the groove. Not random road debris. It was too cleanly cut, triangular and bright along one edge, like a piece of sheared signpost or roofing tin. Jamie crouched beside me. Can you pull it? Don't. Wasn't going to. I enjoy having fingers. Mara stood near the rear of the car with her phone light on, scanning the ditch. Shoulder is bad, she said. I turned my headlamp toward her. The passenger side wheels were barely on gravel. Beyond them, the shoulder sloped sharply into a drainage ditch swollen with brown water. The ditch ran parallel to the road, black under the fog, and somewhere ahead, water gurgled through a culvert. A familiar sound, the kind I was being paid to document. We need the spare, I said. The Subaru had a donut spare, a scissor jack, and a lug wrench that always felt like it had been designed by someone who hated wrists. I pulled the trunk mat up and started unloading gear. Camera bag, Mara's field case, a plastic crate of safety cones, my rain jacket, a half-empty pack of bottled water. Everything came out damp from the air within seconds. Jamie took the cones and placed them behind the car, walking carefully with his phone light pointed at the pavement. Don't go far, I called. I'm putting down cones, Dad. Jamie. He stopped at my tone, turned back. Yeah, okay. That was the first small fracture between us. My fear was making me controlling. His fear was making him sarcastic. Mara's fear was making her procedural. None of these were bad traits in daylight. In fog, they scraped against each other. I positioned the jack under the pinch weld. The ground was not level. Gravel shifted under my boots. I tried anyway. The jack slipped on the first crank. The car dropped with a dull clunk. Mara flinched. Stop. I've got it. You don't. The ground is soft. I can set it again. If it slips while the wheel is off, we are worse. Jamie returned, breathing harder than the short walk justified. There's something back there. Mara and I both turned. What do you mean something? I asked. Not a monster something, a car something. Through the fog behind us, past the blinking cones, a shape sat in the road. Low, dark, maybe 40 yards back, maybe 20. Distance was useless. Jamie pointed with his phone, and the light caught a curve of bumper, a pale license plate, condensation on glass. I grabbed my headlamp and walked a few steps closer. It was a car, a small silver hatchback, angled slightly across the lane, lights off. Its front end was crumpled against the ditch bank. The driver's door hung open. Hello, I called. The fog swallowed the word. Mara came up beside me. Stay back until we know, Jamie said. Know what? If there is fuel leaking, if there are people, if it is stable. We approached slowly. My headlamp found scratches along the driver's side. Mud sprayed up the wheel arch, and a rear window cracked into a glittering spiderweb. The license plate was Oregon. The registration stickers were current. Inside, the front seats were empty. The air smelled faintly of antifreeze and damp upholstery. Mara shone her light into the back. There's a child's seat. That rearranged the night. Not dramatically, quietly, like a hand reaching into my chest and turning something. The child's seat was strapped behind the passenger seat, empty. A blue toddler cup lay on the floor, its lid off, a little puddle of juice sticky and dark on the mat. On the driver's seat, a purse had tipped open. Lip balm, receipts, a key ring with a fuzzy orange charm. The windshield had a circular impact mark on the inside, high on the driver's side. Jamie's voice came from behind me, smaller now. Maybe they already got help. Mara touched the hood carefully. Warm, I looked at her. How warm, not hot, warm, recent. The time-sensitive problem arrived in pieces. The empty child seat, the open door, no cell service, a disabled car, fog thick enough to hide a person 10 yards away, and our own vehicle sitting on a flat tire half on the shoulder. I called out again. Hello, is anyone here? This time, from somewhere ahead or downhill or both, a sound came back. Not an answer exactly. A thin, broken cry. Then one word, maybe. Mom, Jamie said. Oh, Jesus. Mara was already moving, but I caught her sleeve. Wait, she spun on me. There may be a child. There may also be an injured driver in a ditch. We need lights, first aid kit, rope. We need to answer. She was right. And I hated that she was right because the road around us had become a problem with too many urgent parts and no safe order. If we went after the voice, we left the Subaru half jacked, half dead. If we stayed with the car, someone could be hurt in the fog. If we split up, the fog would cut us into separate stories. Jamie raised both hands. We do not split up. No, I said immediately. Mara pulled her arm free, but gently. Agreed. We get the kit and go together. The cry came again, weaker. This time I couldn't make out a word, just a high sound that hit the fog and flattened. I ran back to the Subaru. My boots slid on gravel. I grabbed the first aid kit from under the front seat, the small orange emergency blanket, and the collapsible baton-shaped flashlight I used for night inspections. Mara took her recorder without thinking, then seemed to realize it and stuffed it into her pocket like she was ashamed. Jamie grabbed the tire iron. What are you doing with that? I asked. Being emotionally supported by metal. Keep it low. Don't scare anyone. I'll try to look approachable with my roadside bludgeon. We returned to the silver hatchback. Mara checked the glove compartment for identification while I looked toward the ditch. Driver is Alina Markovic, she said, 34. Address in Seaside. A new person, now present through absence. Alina Markovic, 34, female, apparently local or coastal Oregon, owner or driver of the crashed hatchback. I pictured her from the contents of her car because there was nothing else to use. Someone with a toddler cup, receipts from a grocery store, a half-knitted green scarf stuffed in the passenger footwell. A real person, not a clue. Alina, Mara called. Can you hear us? The ditch water gurgled. Then, farther ahead, a tiny flash pulsed in the fog. Once, twice, a light, low to the ground. Phone, Jamie whispered. Maybe, I said, was ahead of us, toward the direction of C-17B, where the culvert water sounded louder. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I nearly dropped the flashlight getting it out. The work app had changed. C-17B structure alert, flood risk. Photo verification required by 11:15 p.m. 11:03 p.m. 12 minutes. What the hell? I said. Mara looked at my screen, then passed it toward the low flashing light. The culvert may be overtopping. Jamie stared at her. English. If that ditch backs up, water can cover the road or wash out the shoulder. Where the missing people might be, I said. The next sound was not a cry. It was a woman's voice, raw and distant, tearing through the fog from somewhere ahead. Please, I can't see him, Mara ran. I shouted her name and ran after her, Jamie pounding behind me with the tire iron in one hand and his phone light shaking in the other. We left the Subaru with its flat tire and blinking hazards. We left the spare on the wet gravel. We left our safest place because a stranger was screaming in the fog, and there are some choices you don't get to make slowly. The road sloped down. The fog thickened with each step. At the next signpost, my flashlight caught another Green Street sign mounted crooked above the ditch. The letters were in that same unknown language, long white shapes beaded with moisture. Below it, nailed by someone in a hurry, was a cardboard arrow. Black marker. English. Do not follow VOICES. Jamie saw it at the same time I did. He stopped so abruptly I ran into his shoulder. Ahead of us, the woman screamed again. Please, he's in the water. Mara turned back, face bright with mist and panic and stubbornness. Owen, she said. Behind us, the Subaru's hazard lights were already faded to faint orange ghosts. Ahead, the low phone light blinked beside the ditch, and the water under the fog began to roar. Mara was already 3 steps past the cardboard warning when I caught her by the back of her jacket. Stop. She twisted hard enough that my fingers slipped on the wet fabric. There's a kid in the water. There's a sign telling us not to follow voices. It's cardboard, Owen. That doesn't make it less specific. Jamie stood behind us, with the tire iron hanging at his side, his phone light jittering across the fog. The beam cut over the strange Green Street sign, the nailed cardboard, the black marker words bleeding slightly from the damp. Do not follow voices. The handwriting looked rushed. Block capitals. Someone had pressed so hard the marker tore the top layer of cardboard in places. Ahead of us, the ditch ran along the right side of the road, swollen and fast, hidden beneath fog, except where our lights caught flashes of brown water. The pavement sloped down from where we had left the Subaru. Behind us, uphill, our hazard lights blinked faintly through the gray. Between us and the car sat the crashed hatchback at a crooked angle, its driver's door open like it had been abandoned mid-breath. In front of us, the road bent left around a dark wall of firs. The woman screamed again. Please, I can't hold on. Mara's face changed. The argument left it. She said, that is not a recording. I didn't say it was. She's close. Close where? Nobody answered because the fog made distance stupid. The voice seemed to come from ahead and down, then from the trees, then from inside the ditch itself. Water slapped against something hollow, maybe a culvert mouth, maybe a fallen branch. It made a deep metal knocking sound that matched the beat under my ribs. Jamie said, we go together. We keep the road under our feet. We do not climb into the ditch unless we can see someone. Mara looked at him. What? He said. I can be scared and correct. That became our first plan. We would move forward along the right edge of the road, following the ditch, but staying on pavement. Mara would call out. I would watch the water with the inspection flashlight. Jamie would keep his phone pointed behind us every few seconds so we didn't lose the way back. We were maybe 200 yards from the Subaru, maybe less. The slope and fog made it feel longer. Alina, Mara shouted, we're on the road. Keep talking. The answer came after a beat. I'm here. Please. He slipped. A high sob followed, then coughing. We moved. The road surface changed as we descended. Up by the Subaru, the pavement had been rough but solid. Down here it was slick with a thin moving sheet of water that reflected our lights in broken strips. Gravel had washed out from the shoulder and scattered across the lane. Every step made my shoes scrape and slide. My bad knee, an old souvenir from dropping a motorcycle at 24, started complaining almost immediately. "Slow," I said. Mara didn't slow enough. I reached for her sleeve again, and she snapped, "Don't keep grabbing me. I'm trying to keep us upright. You're trying to control everything because you're scared." That one hit because it was accurate. Jamie, breathing hard behind us, said, "Couples therapy later, flood rescue now." "We're not a couple," Mara and I said at the same time. "Great. Even worse." The low flashing light appeared again ahead, down near the ditch. It pulsed white, vanished, pulsed again. A phone flashlight, face down maybe, blinking through weeds. We covered another 30 feet. Then the pavement dipped sharply. Water crossed the road from right to left in a wide, shallow sheet, pouring out of the ditch and running toward the trees on the opposite side. It wasn't deep yet, maybe ankle high at the crown, but it moved with ugly force, carrying pine needles, leaves, and little chunks of bark. Beyond it, the fog brightened and darkened with the blinking light. Mara said, "We can cross that." I shone the flashlight along the surface. The water curled around a submerged branch and hissed over the asphalt. "We don't know if the road is under it. It's a road, Owen. That shoulder is already undercut." "Elena," Mara called again. "Can you see our lights?" "Yes," the woman shouted. "Here, here." A shape moved on the far side of the wash. A person, bent low. Mara stepped into the water. Her boot slid instantly. I grabbed her backpack strap and hauled backward. She slammed into me, elbow catching me under the chin. My teeth clicked together. Pain sparked up into my skull. "Damn it," she gasped. "Are you okay?" Jamie asked. "I'm fine." I tasted blood where I'd bitten my tongue. "You almost went down." I said, "I'm fine." But she was. Her hands were shaking. Our first attempt failed right there. We couldn't simply walk to the voice, not without risking being swept into the ditch or falling through a washed-out edge we couldn't see. I crouched, ignoring the throb in my jaw, and aimed the flashlight along the water's path. On our side, the ditch was overtopping because the culvert under the road was blocked or overwhelmed. The water should have been passing beneath us through the metal pipe and out the left side. Instead, it had climbed over the road, turning the pavement into a shallow spillway. "There's a culvert here," I said. Mara looked at me sharply. "C17B, probably." Jamie laughed once, breathless. "Congratulations. You found your work point." The line would have been funny anywhere else. I checked the app. The screen was wet and slow to respond. C17B structure alert, flood risk. Photo verification required by 11:15 p.m. 11:08 p.m. Our little red dot sat almost on top of the marker. The map behind it had become a blank grid. "Elena," I shouted, "are you across the water?" "Yes, my son, he went down by the pipe. I can't see him." Mara made a low sound in her throat. "We need rope." "We don't have rope." "We have straps," Jamie said. "In your gear crate, ratchet straps. You used them for the ladder last month." He was right. They were in the Subaru, behind us. Uphill. past the strange sign and the crashed hatchback and 200 yards of fog that had swallowed the hazard lights almost completely. Second plan. Jamie and I would go back for the ratchet straps while Mara stayed at the washout and kept talking to Alina. Mara refused. Jamie refused harder. No splitting, he said. That was the one rule. If we all go back, we lose contact with her, Mara said. If you stay here alone, we lose you. The woman shouted again, more ragged this time. Please hurry. Every second spent arguing felt criminal. I made the worst compromise. We would all go back together at a jog, grab the straps and anything else useful, then return. Mara would keep calling as long as she could, so Alina knew we hadn't abandoned her. We turned uphill. That was when we realized the road behind us had changed shape. Not literally, not in any impossible way. The fog had shifted, our perspective had shifted, and the slight curve near the hatchback now looked like two separate roads forking around a cluster of trees. One branch rose left. One continued straight. Both had white edge lines. Both disappeared after 20 feet. Jamie stopped. No. The car's uphill, I said. Which uphill? Mara swung her light behind us. We came down along the ditch. Keep the ditch on our left going back. That works unless the ditch curves, Jamie said. It does curve, I said, but the Subaru is before the curve. I sounded more confident than I felt. We chose the branch with the ditch on our left. For 30 seconds, it seemed right. The water noise faded behind us. The fog thinned just enough for the tree trunks to separate into individual dark columns. I listened for the Subaru hazards. Tick flash, tick flash. But all I heard was our breathing, wet gravel under our shoes, and something tapping metal in the distance. Then Mara stopped. What? I said. She held up a hand. From ahead came a faint rhythmic sound. Tap, 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 Jamie whispered. Is someone walking? Tap, tap, tap. It moved closer, or seemed to. My hand tightened around the flashlight until the knurled metal dug into my palm. Mara lifted her recorder without thinking, red light blinking at her wrist. The fog ahead swirled. A tall shape emerged. Jamie raised the tire iron. Hey, I shouted, too loud. The shape lunged sideways with a clatter. Mara yelped. Then my flashlight found it clearly. A roadwork sign, the portable kind on a folding metal stand, rocking in the runoff. One loose reflective panel banged against the frame in the wind or water movement. Tap, tap, tap. No person, no footsteps, just aluminum and fear. Jamie lowered the tire iron and bent over, hands on knees. I hate my imagination. Mara let out a shaky laugh that almost turned into a sob. That was very stupid. Not stupid, I said, loud. The sign had been knocked partly into the road. Its orange face was mud-streaked, but black letters showed through. Road work ahead below that. A newer paper notice had been taped inside a plastic sleeve. Most of it was smeared by water, but I could read a few lines. Culvert replacement, Porter Creek, low water, crossing temporary signage, installed local access, only after 8 p.m. temporary signage. That explained some of it. Not all. Maybe a contractor had put up substitute signs for a closure. Maybe the unknown lettering wasn't a language at all, but coding, internal labels, fabrication marks. some badly chosen decorative font from a subcontractor. My mind grabbed at this with both hands because it was solid. Temporary signage, Mara said, reading over my shoulder. Jamie pointed with the tire iron. Does temporary signage include Ravnik lightning bolt whatever? No, she said, but it means people were working here. And they didn't close the road properly, I said. That was the first new fact that mattered. This wasn't just weather. It was a procedural failure. Road work, temporary signs, a low water crossing. Maybe the official signs had been removed or covered, and someone had installed replacements that confused drivers in fog. The unknown language could be vandalism, or a contractor's prank, or signs from another job staged here by mistake. Stupid, human, dangerous. We pushed past the tapping sign. The road rose, and the silver hatchback appeared through the fog on our right, not behind us, beside us. We had looped somehow onto the other side of it. For a moment, my brain refused the layout. We had gone downhill from the hatchback to the washout. We turned around and followed the ditch back. We should have approached its rear bumper from below. Instead, we came up near its front passenger side, where the crumpled bumper faced the ditch. We took the wrong branch, Mara said. Her voice was tight, but controlled. No, Jamie said, we followed the ditch. The ditch curves. You said that like it made it better. The Subaru's hazards were not visible. Alina, Mara shouted toward the downhill fog. No answer. Alina, only water. Second attempt. Return to the Subaru for straps. Failed. Not completely. We had found the roadwork notice, but we had lost time, lost orientation, and maybe lost contact with the woman. I checked my phone. 11:12 p.m., 3 minutes until the app's deadline, whatever that meant. No service. Battery at 31%. The work app flickered, then displayed a new message. Photo verification overdue may trigger escalation. That can wait, Mara said, reading it. Can it? I asked. She stared at me. I hated how it sounded, like I still cared about the job. I mean, if the county gets an escalation, maybe someone comes. Jamie said, or an email goes to an inbox nobody checks until Tuesday. He wasn't wrong. We searched the hatchback properly this time because we needed anything useful and because Alina might have left clues. Mara found a small first aid pouch in the glove box, wet wipes, and a paper map folded into the door pocket. Jamie found a child's red rain boot under the passenger seat and immediately looked sorry he had touched it. I found Alina's phone wedged between the center console and the driver's seat. The screen was cracked, but alive. No signal. 38% battery. On the lock screen were missed calls from someone named Nico and a notification from a local community alert app. Flood watch. Porter Creek low crossing unsafe after 10:30 p.m. Avoid temporary route. Report missing signage to county dispatch. Missing signage. Mara read it twice. Missing, she said. Somebody removed the real signs, Jamie said, or they washed out. Signs don't all wash out and get replaced by fantasy alphabet. The toddler cried then. A thin, hiccuping wail from the fog downhill. All three of us froze. It came again, clearer. A child crying, no question. Mara clapped one hand over her mouth, then pulled it away. Hey, we hear you. Keep making noise, The crying stopped. A man's voice answered instead. Down here, not Alina. Lower, adult, hoarse. Jamie backed into the hatchback with a dull thunk. Who the hell is that? The man called again. Help, we're by the pipe. Mara's expression went hard. There's another person. Or someone who heard us, I said. The cardboard warning returned in my mind. Do not follow voices. The sensible part of me said, voices echo in fog, especially near water and culverts. The ditch, the pipe, the trees. The slope, sound could bounce, distort, seem to move. A woman could sound like a man if she was hoarse and panicked. A child's cry could be a fox, a brake pad, a recording from Alina's phone, anything. The human part of me said, a child just cried. We still needed straps. I opened the hatchback's rear compartment. Inside were grocery bags, a folded stroller, a compact tire inflator, and a bright yellow tow strap in a plastic case. There, I said. For one clean second, hope made everything simple. Jamie helped me yank it free. 20 feet of tow strap with hooks at both ends. Not ideal for a human rescue, but better than nothing. Mara grabbed the red child's rain boot without saying anything and tucked it under her arm, as if returning it had become part of the mission. We took the paper map too. Then headlights bloomed behind the fog, not our Subaru hazards, white headlights, moving slowly along the road from the direction we thought was downhill. Jamie whispered, car. Relief and fear arrived together. I stepped into the lane and waved the flashlight. Hey, stop. The headlights slowed. For a moment, I could see the outline of a high hood, roof lights, maybe a work truck. The engine rumbled low. Diesel. The vehicle stopped about 30 yards away, facing us through the fog. Mara called, we need help. There's been an accident. A door opened. A figure stepped down. Male, heavy jacket, hard hat or cap, face hidden by headlight glare. He did not answer. He walked toward the roadside, not toward us, and bent near one of the strange green signs. Metal scraped. What's he doing? Jamie said. The man lifted the signpost out of its sleeve. The entire sign came free. Temporary, portable, not bolted into the ground. He carried it toward the truck bed. Hey, I shouted. We need help. He stopped. For 2 seconds, he stood perfectly still in the glare. Then he dropped the sign into the truck bed with a clang, climbed back into the cab, and reversed. Fast. The backup alarm beeped 3 times, thin and frantic. The headlights swung away. Tires hissed over water. The truck vanished into the fog before any of us moved. Jamie found his voice first. That was a person. Mara looked at me. He was removing signs. Temporary signs, I said. At 11 at night during a flood. No one had an answer. But now we knew something else. The strange signs were not permanent. Someone was actively moving them. Whether to fix the road closure, hide the mistake, or cover liability, it meant there was at least one other person in the fog who knew more than we did and had chosen not to help. The water roared louder. We headed downhill again with the tow strap, using the crashed hatchback as our anchor point in the map of the night. Hatchback behind us. Ditch on our right. Washout ahead. Subaru somewhere uphill beyond the fork, temporarily unreachable. The road bent left at the cardboard warning. The culvert sat ahead and below, where water crossed the pavement. By the time we reached the washout, My legs were shaking. My jaw throbbed from Mara's elbow. Jamie had scraped his shin on something, and blood ran into his sock. Mara's hair was plastered to her face, and she kept blinking water out of her eyes. "Alina," she shouted. This time, the answer came from much closer. Here, a figure crawled out of the fog on the far side of the water. A woman soaked from the waist down, one sleeve torn, hair stuck to her cheeks. She was dragging herself along the guardrail that lined the road just past the culvert. Her face was pale and muddy. Blood ran from a cut at her hairline. Alina Markovic, 34, female, no longer in absence. "My son," she gasped. "Lucas, he's down by the outlet. He was right there. I heard him." Mara stepped forward. "We have a strap. We can get you across." Alina shook her head violently. "No, Lucas first." "How old?" I asked. "4. The number punched the air out of me. Jamie whispered, "Oh man." A child's cry came again, not from Alina, not from the water ahead, from behind us, uphill, near the hatchback. Jamie turned so fast his phone light streaked across the fog. "That's not possible," Mara said. Alina sobbed. "He keeps moving. I can't find him." There it was, the terrifying part that wasn't supernatural once you forced yourself to think. Sound was bouncing through the culvert pipe. A cry near one opening could come out the other side. Or a child trapped inside the pipe could sound like he was everywhere as the water carried echoes through corrugated metal. The explanation did not comfort me. It made it worse. Because if Lucas was inside or near the culvert, the rising water could drown him while we argued about direction. I hooked one end of the tow strap to the guardrail post on our side. It was old, but solid enough when I yanked it. I threw the other end across to Alina. It fell short, slapped into the water, and started drifting toward the ditch. "Grab it," Mara shouted. Alina lunged and missed. The strap jerked in my hands, heavy with current. Jamie grabbed my belt from behind. "Don't you go in too," I pulled, but the strap snagged on something underwater. The current bowed it downstream. I planted my feet. Gravel shifted. Then the road edge under my right foot crumbled. Not a huge collapse, just 6 inches of shoulder giving way. Enough. My foot dropped into empty space. I fell hard onto my left knee, pain flaring white, flashlights skittering away, and spinning across the wet pavement. Mara grabbed my collar. Jamie grabbed the strap. Together, they hauled me backward as brown water chewed at the broken edge where my foot had been. The strap tore free suddenly, whipping back and slapping Jamie across the forearm. He shouted and dropped it. The far side of the road cracked. A jagged line opened in the asphalt between Alina and the guardrail. She screamed and scrambled backward. The culvert below gave a deep, metallic boom. Not a sound like a monster. A sound like infrastructure failing. The roadway over the pipe sagged. A section of pavement the size of a kitchen table folded downward, slow at first, then fast, water pouring into the gap. The washout widened between us and Alina. The shallow sheet became a channel. Behind us, uphill, something crashed. We turned. Through the fog, orange light flared and vanished. Then another crash. The silver hatchback shifted. Water from the ditch had undercut the bank near its front wheels. As we watched, its nose dipped lower, bumper grinding against rock. The open driver's door swung once, hard, then bent backward with a shriek. Our route back ran past that car, past the fork, past the shoulder that was already breaking. Mara said very softly, "Owen." I looked uphill for the Subaru's hazards. Nothing. No orange blink. No visible road. No sure path back. Then my phone buzzed one last time. The work app opened by itself, or I opened it with wet fingers. I honestly don't remember. Escalation sent. Remain NEAR structure if safe. A second message appeared beneath it. Warning, route behind you closed. The road behind us groaned. A wet, tearing sound moved under the pavement, traveling uphill like fabric ripping in the dark. Alina was stranded on the far side of the widening washout. Somewhere in or around the culvert, a 4-year-old boy might be trapped. Our car was out of sight with a flat tire. The hatchback was sliding, the shoulder was failing, and the way back had stopped being a choice. The road did not collapse all at once. It failed in sections. That made it worse. A clean break would have made the decision for us. One side here, one side there. Nothing to do but shout across the gap and wait for help that might not come. Instead, the pavement sagged and split in pieces, giving us just enough surface to believe we could still fix things if we moved fast and didn't make one more mistake. Alina crouched on the far side of the washout, one hand wrapped around the guardrail, the other pressed to the cut at her hairline. Her face was gray under the mud. The water between us boiled through the broken road in a widening brown channel. It carried needles, foam, gravel, and strips of black asphalt that turned over like dead fish. "Lucas," she screamed. The answer came from below. A child's sob, then coughing. Not behind us this time, not from the hatchback, from the pipe. I dropped flat on my stomach near the edge before anyone could stop me, and aimed my headlamp down into the hole where the road had caved. The beam caught corrugated metal, rust orange and slick, half buried under rushing water. The culvert was bigger than I expected, maybe 4 feet across, large enough for a child to be swept inside and trapped against debris. "Lucas," I shouted, "can you hear me?" A small voice broke apart in the pipe. "Mom," Alina made a sound I don't know how to spell. Mara was beside me immediately, one hand gripping the back of my jacket so I didn't slide farther. "Where is he? I can't see him." Jamie crawled up on my other side, face tight with pain, his forearm already swelling where the strap had snapped him. He held his phone out over the edge. "There's something jammed in there." The light found it. A tangle of branches, plastic road barrier, and a bent sign panel had wedged across the pipe just past the broken lip. Water rammed through it in pulsing bursts. Behind the tangle, something red flashed. The rain boot. No, not the boot, a sleeve. "He's caught on debris," I said. Alina tried to step toward the washout from her side. The pavement under her foot cracked. "Don't move," Mara shouted. Alina froze, shaking. "Get him out." "Will," Mara said, and her voice had the firm lie of a person choosing hope because panic would waste oxygen. "Lucas, listen to me. My name is Mara. We're going to help you. Can you keep your head up?" The child coughed again. "Cold," he cried. My private fear, the old one from the logging road, had always been about being lost. about choosing wrong and having the world shrink until there was no way out. But this was worse because the road was not just confusing us anymore. It was making demands. Pick a child or a mother. Pick the car or the ditch. Pick speed or safety. Pick wrong and someone dies in brown water under a county road. I looked at the tow strap lying coiled and wet near Jamie's feet. We need to anchor someone, I said. Mara understood before I finished. No, I'm the smallest, Jamie said. No, Mara and I said together. He gave us a furious look. I'm also the only one not pretending my knee works. My shoulder is stronger, I said. I go down, you two hold. Alina's side is closer to the outlet, Mara said. Alina's injured and stuck. No one is going into that pipe, she said. The pipe boomed again. Lucas screamed. Short, high, terrible. The debris shifted under the pressure, then settled. The red sleeve vanished for a second under spray and came back. That ended the argument. Not into it, I said, just to the lip. I can reach the snag. Mara's mouth tightened. You can't reach him from here. I can reach what's holding him. Jamie looked from me to the water. That is not a rescue plan. That is a way to become additional cargo. Then improve it. His eyes moved quickly over the scene, scared but working. That was Jamie at his best, anxiety as a search engine. Guardrail, he said. Our side has posts. Far side has posts. Strap between them. Make a line across the washout. The strap is 20 feet, Mara said. Add seatbelts from the hatchback. I blinked at him. He pointed uphill into the fog, toward the dying shape of Alina's car. Cut them out. Seatbelt webbing is strong. Tire iron for glass if needed. Your field knife. I had a folding utility knife clipped inside my work vest. Mara said, we don't have time. We have less time without a line, Jamie snapped. Alina yelled, he's slipping. A new sound rose under the water, a low rhythmic thudding from inside the culvert, like logs knocking together. The debris dam was flexing. Broke wrong, Lucas would be flushed through with it. If it held, the water would climb over him. Mara made the decision. I'll get the belts. I'll go, Jamie said. With that arm. He looked down as if noticing the swelling for the first time. Fine. Mara grabbed his phone from him, shoved her recorder into his good hand, and said, keep talking to Lucas. Record if you can. If I get turned around, shout. Then she ran uphill toward the hatchback. The fog took her in 6 steps. Mara, I shouted. I'm here, she called back, already distant. Jamie knelt at the edge, voice trembling but clear. Lucas, buddy, my name's Jamie. I'm right above you. I need you to yell every few seconds so we know where you are, okay? Mom, Lucas cried. She's here, Alina shouted from across the gap. I'm here, baby. I'm right here. Her voice cracked on the last word. I tied one end of the tow strap around the nearest guardrail post on our side, using the kind of ugly knot my father had taught me for tying down tarps. It wasn't pretty. It held when I leaned my weight against it. Across the broken channel, the far guardrail post leaned slightly, but remained upright. Too far to throw accurately with the current tearing between us. I coiled the strap, added the metal hook for weight, and looked at Alina. When I throw, don't step forward. Let it come to you if it reaches. She nodded too fast. I threw. The hook slapped the far pavement 3 feet short of her and skidded toward the water. Alina dropped to her knees and grabbed it by the strap. not the hook. Good, smart. She dragged it to the guardrail post and looped it around with shaking hands. Twice around, I yelled. Then clip it back to itself. I know, she screamed, offended by the instruction, alive enough to be angry. The line stretched across the washout, low and diagonal, sagging over the brown water. It would not hold a car. It might hold a person long enough. Mara reappeared uphill with black seatbelt webbing looped around her shoulders and one hand bleeding. The hatchback moved, she gasped. Back ends still stable. Front's gone lower. Her palm had a slice across it, probably from broken glass. Blood ran pink in the rainwater on her skin. Jamie looked at it. Mara, later. We tied the seatbelt, webbing to the tow strap, making a second line from our guardrail down toward a chunk of exposed metal at the culvert lip. A guide, not an anchor. Every knot looked inadequate. Every second Lucas cried a little weaker. Then the misdirection paid itself back in a practical way. The strange green sign panel jammed inside the culvert was part of the debris trapping him. The unknown language wasn't some message from elsewhere. It was reflective vinyl on portable panels, several of them, shoved by water into the culvert mouth. Someone's attempt to erase or move bad signage had helped create the blockage that now held a child underwater. Human stupidity, human fear, human liability. I wrapped the seatbelt webbing twice around my chest and under my arms. It dug into my ribs. Mara grabbed my jacket. You do not climb inside. I know. You cut debris only. If the dam breaks, you let go. I know. You don't know. You never let go. That shut me up. Her face was inches from mine. Wet hair stuck to her cheek, hand bleeding through a strip of torn shirt she had wrapped around it. She looked angry enough to keep me alive by force. I'm serious, she said. Your need to finish things got us here. It does not get to decide how you die. Jamie, trying to keep his voice steady for Lucas, still heard that. He looked away. It would hurt later. It hurt then. It was true enough to be useful. I'll let go, I said. Mara nodded once. I crawled backward over the broken edge, feet first, with Jamie and Mara controlling the line from above. Cold water hit my boots, then my calves. The current shoved at my legs hard enough to twist my hips. I grabbed the exposed rim of the culvert with both hands. Metal cut into my palms. Lower, Mara shouted. Hold. The pipe mouth was just below me, water blasting out around the debris jam. My headlamp beam bounced wildly. I saw branches. Plastic. A work zone sandbag torn open and spilling grit. A green sign panel bent like a folded playing card. Beyond it, Lucas's face appeared in flashes. Pale, eyes squeezed shut, mouth open, one arm hooked over a branch that had snagged the shoulder of his jacket. Lucas, I shouted. I see you. His eyes opened. He was 4 years old. That's the part my mind kept refusing to make symbolic. Not a plot point. Not a moral test. A 4-year-old boy with wet lashes stuck together and lips turning blue. I'm stuck, he cried. I know. I'm going to cut what's holding you. Keep your arm over the branch until I say, I want Mom. She's right there. Alina sobbed his name from the far side. I opened the utility knife with one hand. The first attempt nearly lost it to the water. My fingers were already numb. I hooked my left arm around the culvert lip and reached into the debris. The current slammed the sign panel against my wrist. Pain shot up my arm. I cut the first strip of plastic mesh. Nothing moved. I cut a branch as thick as my thumb. The blade stuck halfway. I sawed, cursing, water filling my sleeves, grit hitting my face. The branch snapped. The debris shifted. Lucas slid 2 inches forward and screamed. "Stop," Mara yelled. "I've got it." I did not have it. The dam flexed. Water surged through the new gap, cold and strong, hammering Lucas's chest. He lost one hand from the branch. "Lucas, grab it," Jamie shouted. "Grab anything." The boy's fingers scrabbled against the corrugated pipe. I reached farther, too far. My right boot lost purchase. The current swung my lower body sideways. The seatbelt line snapped tight around my ribs, crushing the air out of me. Above, Mara and Jamie shouted together. My shoulder hit the culvert rim. White pain burst across my vision. For a few seconds, there was only water and metal, and my own choking breath. Then Jamie's voice cut through. "Owen, let go of the knife." I hadn't realized I still held it. The blade was caught in webbing around the sign panel. If I held on, it would pull me down with the debris when it shifted. "Let go," I had promised. My fingers opened. The knife vanished instantly. The current shoved me against the pipe mouth. I grabbed the rim again with my left hand. Something tore in my shoulder, not a dramatic snap, more a hot, nauseating pull. I screamed once through clenched teeth. Mara yelled, "Pull him up." "No," I shouted. "Not yet," because Lucas was closer now. The cut branch had loosened the jam enough that the boy had been pushed within reach. His jacket was still snagged on the bent sign panel. One sleeve twisted tight around the reflective metal. "Lucas," I said, forcing the words steady. "I need you to unzip your jacket." "I can't." "You can. Look at me." He looked at me, small face, chattering jaw. "Find the zipper, pull down." My hands hurt. "I know." "Do it anyway." Alina heard and understood. "Lucas, baby, your dinosaur jacket. Pull the zipper like at preschool. Show me." His left hand fumbled at his chest. Missed. Found it. Pulled. The zipper stuck halfway. The debris boomed again. The sign panel bent flatter under pressure. Water rose over Lucas's chin, then dropped. Again, I shouted. He pulled. The jacket opened. "Now slide your arms out." He shook his head, crying. Mara's voice came from above, softer than I expected. "Lucas, pretend you're a snake. Wiggle out, just your arms. Owen is going to catch you." "I can't swim," he cried. "You don't have to," I said. That was not exactly true. He pulled one arm free. The current caught the loose side of the jacket and plastered it against the sign panel. His other sleeve stayed trapped. I reached in, fingers brushing his wrist. "Too far. Lower me 6 inches," I shouted. "No," Mara said, 6 inches. The line paid out. My chest dropped lower. Water hit my throat. I clamped my jaw shut as spray filled my mouth. My fingers closed around Lucas's wrist. Tiny bones, freezing skin. Got him. The debris dam failed. Not completely. One section broke loose with a thick, ripping sound. Branches shot past my shoulder. The bent green sign panel twisted sideways, struck the culvert wall, and wedged again. The release sent a wave through the pipe that lifted Lucas off his feet and slammed him into my arm. I held. My injured shoulder tore deeper. The pain was so big it became almost clean. Pull, I shouted, or tried to. Mara and Jamie pulled. Nothing. Lucas's trapped sleeve held. He was half free, half anchored, water forcing his body sideways. His face went under. Alina screamed. I pulled him up by the wrist. His mouth broke the surface. He coughed water into my face. His sleeve, I shouted. Jamie appeared beside me, not above, beside. He had climbed down farther than I had realized, bracing one foot against a broken slab of asphalt, his bad arm tucked against his chest, tire iron in his good hand. Jamie, get back. Shut up. He wedged the tire iron under the sign panel and levered. It didn't move. He screamed through his teeth and pushed again. The panel shifted half an inch. Enough. Lucas's sleeve tore with a sharp, ordinary ripping sound. I hauled the boy into my chest as the jacket peeled off behind him and vanished into the culvert. Pull us up, Jamie shouted. Mara pulled from above. Alina, across the gap, had thrown herself against the far end of the tow strap, using her weight to steady the line. The guardrail posts groaned. The seatbelt webbing burned under my arms. My boots slipped against mud and broken pavement. Lucas clung to me with both arms around my neck. Too tight. He was choking me. Loosen, I gasped. He didn't. Mara reached down from the edge, hooked both hands under his armpits, and lifted. Her bleeding hand slipped once, leaving a red smear on his soaked shirt. Jamie pushed from below. Alina screamed encouragement from the far side, words collapsing into sobs. Lucas came up first. Mara dragged him onto the pavement and rolled him on his side. He coughed. Water spilled from his mouth. He cried. That sound saved all of us for 1 second. Then the culvert boomed again. Jamie looked down. The slab under his foot shifted. I grabbed his jacket with my good arm. Move, he tried. His foot was stuck between asphalt and the culvert rim. The water had packed gravel around his boot. Mara reached for him, but she had Lucas in her lap and only one good hand. I hooked my fingers under Jamie's armpit and pulled. My shoulder screamed. He kicked once, twice. Leave the boot, I yelled. It's my foot in it. Then pull harder. The slab tilted. His boot came free. We fell backward together, landing half on the road, half in gravel. The edge where we had been standing dropped into the water with a heavy splash. Brown spray hit my face. The pipe entrance opened wider, now a torn black mouth in the road. For a moment, nobody moved. Lucas cried against Mara's chest. Jamie lay on his back, laughing in short, panicked bursts. I hate Oregon. Alina was still trapped across the gap. That returned the world. My son, she sobbed. Give him to me. Mara wrapped Lucas in the orange emergency blanket from my kit. It crinkled loudly in the fog, bright and absurd. He's breathing. He's conscious. Alina, stay where you are. No, I'm coming. Alina, no. But Alina had gone past listening. Shock and motherhood had narrowed her to one need. She grabbed the tow strap and tried to cross hand over hand along the sagging line. The far guardrail post bent. Stop, I shouted. The post tore loose. The tow strap whipped across the gap and snapped into the water. Alina fell forward, not into the main channel, onto the broken far edge. Her injured leg slid over, and she caught the guardrail with one arm, screaming. Mara thrust Lucas toward Jamie. Hold him. Jamie sat up, dazed, and wrapped his good arm around the boy. Mara grabbed the loose end of the seatbelt webbing and shoved it into my hand. "Anchor me. Mara, anchor me." I looped the webbing around my waist and the remaining guardrail post. My shoulder was useless, so I braced with my legs and left arm. Mara crawled toward the gap, flat on her stomach. "Alina," she called. "Look at me. Give me your hand." Alina sobbed. "I can't." "Yes, you can." The asphalt under Alina scraped and shed gravel into the water. Mara reached farther. Her fingers touched Alina's, slipped, touched again. Locked. Mara's body jerked forward. I planted my boots and leaned back. Pain made my vision pulse black at the edges. Jamie saw and, without letting go of Lucas, hooked his legs around the webbing and leaned back too. "Pull," he gasped. We pulled. Mara pulled Alina. Alina kicked against the far edge, found purchase, lost it, found it again. For 5 seconds, all of us were connected by wet fabric, damaged muscles, and refusal. Then Alina came across the broken lip and collapsed beside Mara on our side of the washout. Mother and son reached for each other immediately. Lucas crawled out of Jamie's arm and into Alina's, both of them sobbing too hard to speak. Mara rolled onto her back beside them, chest heaving, one hand still bleeding, eyes closed against the fog. The central threat did not vanish. The road was still broken. The fog still pressed close. We still had no working vehicle and no clear route back. But the immediate fight, the pipe, the water, the child trapped inside it was over. One way or another. A siren sounded far away. Not close. Not salvation arriving on cue. Far enough that it might have been on the highway, or at the junction, or searching the wrong road entirely. It rose, faded, rose again. The work app's escalation, maybe, or the old pickup driver calling it in, or someone finally noticing a flood alert and missing signage, and a mother who hadn't made it home. We didn't cheer. We didn't even talk at first. Jamie vomited into the gravel, still holding his injured arm close to his ribs. Mara sat up and looked at her bleeding palm, as if it belonged to someone else. Alina rocked Lucas under the emergency blanket and whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," into his wet hair until the words became sound without meaning. I lay on my back on the cold road, staring into fog so thick my headlamp made a white ceiling 3 feet above my face. My shoulder throbbed with each heartbeat. My tongue still tasted of blood from where I had bitten it earlier. Somewhere below us, freed debris battered its way through the culvert and out into the dark. Beside my hand lay a torn piece of green reflective sign panel. The unknown letters were scratched nearly clean off now, revealing underneath a normal warning sign. Road closed, not alien, not impossible, just hidden, just turned the wrong way long enough to get people killed. I picked it up with numb fingers. The siren came again, a little closer. Mara looked at the scrap in my hand. None of us said what we were all thinking. Someone had known. Someone had covered the words that mattered. Someone had driven away. Lucas coughed against his mother's chest and began crying again, weaker but alive. That was the victory. It did not feel like one yet. By the time the first rescue truck found us, the fog had started to lift in ragged sheets. Not all at once. It peeled back from the road in patches, showing pieces of the mess, and then hiding them again, like even the weather was embarrassed by what it had helped cover. The broken culvert breathed mist from its torn mouth. Water still ran hard through the gap in the road, but the worst of the roar had settled into a steady, furious rush. The siren we'd heard had belonged to a volunteer fire unit from a station outside Vernonia. They didn't come from the direction we expected. They came through a gated forestry access road on the west side, bumping down a gravel track with their light bar turning the fog red, then white, then red again. I remember the first firefighter stepping out and stopping. He was a broad man in a yellow rain shell, helmet tilted back, flashlight in one hand. He looked at the washed-out road, the injured woman clutching a foil-wrapped child, Mara sitting with her bleeding hand pressed to her stomach, Jamie curled over his swollen arm, and me lying flat, because every time I tried to sit up, my shoulder filled with heat and static. For half a second, he just stared. Then training took over. "Medic bag," he shouted over his shoulder. "We've got multiple." After that, the night became hands and questions. How old is the child? Did he lose consciousness? How long was he in the water? Can you move your fingers? Any neck pain? Who else was in the vehicle? Is anyone still missing? Lucas Markovic, 4 years old male, was the first one they took seriously, because everyone with sense takes the small, shivering child first. He was conscious, crying in bursts, wrapped in my orange emergency blanket with his cheek pressed to Alina's muddy shirt. His lips had a bluish cast that made the firefighters move faster without saying the word hypothermia where she could hear it. Alina Markovic, 34, female, would not let go of him. "Alina," one of the EMTs said gently, "we're not taking him away. We're warming him up." She nodded like she understood, then tightened both arms around him. Mara, voice hoarse and still sharp, said, "Let them check him." Alina looked at her. There was no gratitude in her face yet. Gratitude takes room. She had none. There was only the stunned animal math of a mother counting breath after breath. But she loosened her arms. Lucas screamed when the EMT lifted him into a thermal wrap, not because they hurt him, I don't think, but because being touched by strangers after nearly drowning must feel like being taken apart. Alina tried to stand, and her injured leg folded. 2 firefighters caught her under the arms. That was when she finally broke. Not loud, just gone in the knees, forehead against one firefighter's sleeve, whispering her son's name like she could keep him attached to the world by repeating it. Jamie watched that from the road shoulder, face pale and damp. He stopped making jokes completely. The tire iron lay near his foot, and every few seconds his good hand twitched toward it, then stopped. His forearm had swollen into an ugly curve. Later we learned it wasn't broken, but the strap had left a bruise that wrapped almost all the way around like a dark cuff. Mara's hand needed stitches. She argued with the EMT about that. "It's not arterial," she said. The EMT, a woman maybe 25 with water dripping off the end of her nose, looked at Mara's palm and said, "Congratulations." Mara blinked. "What? You are still getting stitches?" Even then, with the road torn open and Lucas coughing into an oxygen mask, and my arm hanging useless at my side, Jamie made the smallest sound, almost a laugh. Mara heard it and glared at him, and for 1 second, the three of us were back in the Subaru before the fog, before the sign, before the choice. Ordinary people irritated at ordinary things. Then I tried to sit up again and nearly threw up from the pain. My shoulder was dislocated. I had always imagined a dislocated shoulder as dramatic, the kind of injury someone snaps back into place in movies before running down a hallway. In real life, it was nauseating and humiliating. My arm hung wrong. My fingers tingled. Every bump of the stretcher sent a bright line across my vision. The EMT gave me something for pain only after checking my head, my pupils, my neck, my blood pressure, and asking the same questions 3 different ways. "What day is it?" "Thursday," I said. "It's Friday now," Jamie murmured from somewhere to my left. "Not helping," I said. The EMT smiled without looking up. "Close enough." They loaded Lucas and Alina first into the ambulance, then Mara, then me and Jamie into the second unit that had arrived 20 minutes later by the same forestry road. I remember the fog outside the rear doors, thinning enough that I could finally see the geography we had been fighting blind. It was so small. That shook me more than anything. The Subaru was less than 300 yards uphill, angled partly off the shoulder. Hazards dead now, because the battery had drained, or the water had gotten to something electrical. Alina's hatchback sat between us and it, nose down, rear wheels still on pavement, driver's door twisted backward. The fork that had confused us wasn't a fork at all. It was a temporary bypass lane marked by portable signs. Half of them moved, half of them toppled, the lines on the wet road reflecting like separate paths. The unknown language wasn't a language. That was the first official statement from the sheriff's deputy, who met us at the hospital at 3:20 a.m. while I sat in a sling smelling like creek water and antiseptic. Deputy Carla Reyes, 41, female, from Tillamook County originally, had the calm, exhausted face of someone who had spent enough nights asking injured people for statements to know when not to push too hard. She stood at the foot of my exam bed with a notebook, rain still darkening the shoulders of her uniform. "They're not letters," she said. Mara was in the next curtained bay, getting her palms stitched. She raised her voice through the curtain. "They looked like letters. They're routing marks," Reyes said, "from a private traffic control contractor. Some panels were printed wrong or repurposed wrong. We're still sorting that out." Jamie sat in a plastic chair beside my bed with his arm wrapped and elevated, eyes half closed. "Define wrong." The deputy looked at him. He opened one eye. "Please," she sighed. Panels from a different project were apparently stored with the Porter Creek closure equipment. Reflective vinyl, coded labels, arrows, symbols. They were not meant to be used as public-facing signs. Someone put them up anyway. "And covered the real signs," Mara called. Reyes didn't answer immediately. That was answer enough. I told her about the work truck, the man stepping out, the sign being removed, the diesel engine, the hard hat or cap, how he heard us and drove away. She wrote all of it down. Jamie added, "Backup alarm, 3 beeps. not the full beep, beep, beep thing, like it was malfunctioning. Reyes wrote that too, Mara said through the curtain ladder rack. No, I said. Different truck from the older couple. Higher hood, roof lights, company logo, Reyes asked. I closed my eyes and tried to bring the headlights back without bringing back the water. I couldn't see one. Color, white maybe, or yellow. The fog made everything white. Reyes nodded. People think official investigations give you clean answers quickly. They don't. They give you forms, names you can't have yet, phrases like pending review and possible negligence and failure to maintain temporary traffic control. They give you a deputy with kind eyes who asks if you are certain the man heard you shouting for help. Yes, Mara said, curtain pulled open now, her bandaged hand resting in her lap. He stopped. Reyes looked at her. Mara's voice shook, but it did not soften. He stopped. By morning, we knew Lucas had aspirated water but was stable. Cold, bruised, terrified, but stable. Alina had a concussion, a sprained knee, and cuts from the crash. Jamie had no fracture. Mara had 9 stitches. I had the shoulder, a bitten tongue, scraped palms, and the stupid, heavy knowledge that if I had turned around at the first sign, none of us would have needed saving. Mara did not say that again. She didn't have to. Around 7, after a nurse finally convinced Jamie to stop hovering in the hallway and eat a vending machine granola bar, Mara sat beside my bed and placed her recorder on the blanket between us. I got most of it, she said. I looked at the little black device. Its screen was scratched. Mud had dried in the seam near the battery cover. The rescue, some of it. The truck too, maybe. Audio only. You recorded while running around in a flood. I record when I panic. That was the closest thing to a joke she had in her. I reached for the recorder with my good hand, then stopped. Do you want to listen? No, not now. Not ever, maybe. But she still gave it to Deputy Reyes when asked. My phone survived. Sort of. The screen had a long pale streak through it, and the charging port was full of grit. The photograph of the first sign still showed blank green. The video Mara had taken through the windshield showed the lettering for 1 or 2 frames when the headlights hit it at an angle. Not enough to read clearly. Enough to prove something had been there. The work app had logged everything. That was the strangest ordinary detail. While our calls failed and maps went blank, the county subcontractor app kept caching location pings, timestamps, alerts, and the automatic escalation. Later, my supervisor left me a voicemail that began with, "First, I'm glad you're alive," and then devolved into legal phrases. The company suspended all road condition fieldwork in that district pending investigation. They did not cancel my contract. They did not ask me to finish C-17. Nobody asked me to go back. 2 days later, a county engineer called and explained what they believed had happened. The culvert replacement project had been delayed by rain. Temporary closure signs were supposed to block the low crossing. After 8 p.m., a traffic control subcontractor had staged materials earlier in the week. Some signs were removed or moved because residents complained about access. A flood watch came in late. Communication failed between the contractor, county dispatch, and the road crew. That was was the official skeleton. The flesh was worse. Alina had been following her GPS home after visiting her sister. The closure signs were unclear or missing when she reached the low crossing. She saw what looked like a road name, not a warning. Her car hydroplaned near the bypass lane, clipped the ditch bank, and spun. She got Lucas out of his seat after the crash, but in the fog and water and panic, he slipped from the pavement edge near the culvert. He was small enough that the current dragged him toward the pipe before she could catch him. The strange voices had been echo. Mostly, the culvert and the broken temporary pipe extensions made sound travel in ugly ways. Lucas could cry near one opening and seem uphill. Alina could shout from the far side and sound as if she were in the trees. The warning on the cardboard, "Do not follow voices," had been written by a resident earlier that night after he heard people shouting in the fog and nearly walked into the washout himself. He had called the county non-emergency line. He had also been the older man in the pickup. Name was Harold Vance, 62 male, from Mist, Oregon. His wife, Pauline Vance, 60 female, had been the woman who touched his sleeve and said something we couldn't hear. What she had said, according to Deputy Reyes, was, "Tell them about the boy." Harold hadn't known if there was a boy. He had heard crying, then lost it, then found Alina's car and couldn't see anyone inside. His cell service failed before he could get through clearly, so he drove toward the junction to call from higher ground. He saw us and warned us to turn around because he thought the road was already unsafe. He did not realize we had a work marker beyond the fog. He did not realize we would continue. He came to the hospital the next afternoon. He stood at the door of my room with his cap in both hands and looked 10 years older than he had in the truck. I should have said more, he told me. I didn't know what to do with his guilt when mine was already taking up so much space. So I said, "Me too." That was all either of us could carry. The man in the work truck was identified 3 days later. A subcontractor employee, mid-40s. He claimed he had been ordered to retrieve improperly placed signs before the storm worsened, and said he didn't understand we were reporting injured people. He said he thought we were angry residents. He said the fog and water noise made our words unclear. Mara's audio complicated that. On the recording, beneath rain hiss and water roar and our own voices, my shout was faint but understandable. "We need help." His truck door closed after it. I only listened once. It wasn't satisfying. There was no villain monologue, no confession hiding in the static. Just a man making a choice inside bad weather, bad signage, bad liability, and maybe fear of losing his job. A human choice. That was almost harder to forgive. Weeks passed. Lucas went home. Alina sent one message through Deputy Reyes because she didn't have our numbers and maybe didn't want them. It said, "He asks about the orange blanket. Thank you for bringing him back." I read it in my kitchen with my shoulder strapped, my freelance calendar empty, and rain ticking against the window screen. I had imagined I would cry when something like that came. I didn't. I just sat there until the tea beside me went cold. Jamie recovered with the kind of restless anger that needs tasks. He made a spreadsheet of everything. Times, weather alerts, contractor names, county meeting dates, public records requests. He called it the Fog Goblin Accountability Tracker because some part of him had come back before the rest. Mara stopped recording for a while. That scared me more than Jamie's anger. She said sounds felt too close afterward. The hum of refrigerators, water in pipes, cars passing on wet pavement. Anything repetitive could pull her face tight until she had to leave the room. She still went to her stitch removal appointment alone because that was Mara. But she sent me a picture afterward of her palm with the caption, "Ugly but functional." My shoulder healed slowly, not cleanly. Physical therapy was a narrow room that smelled like disinfectant and rubber bands, where a woman half my size made me lift my arm until I sweated through my shirt. The first time I drove again in rain, I pulled into a grocery store parking lot and sat there breathing through my mouth while a delivery truck idled behind me. I did not take rural night contracts after that, not because roads became mysterious, because they became exactly what they had always been: asphalt over water, paint over judgment, signs installed by people who might be tired or careless or afraid, systems held together by bolts, apps, assumptions, and someone deciding 40 minutes was too expensive. The county replaced the Porter Creek culvert before winter. They widened the shoulders, installed new reflective barricades, and added flood sensors tied directly to dispatch. The contractor lost the traffic control contract. The employee from the truck was charged with reckless endangerment and evidence tampering, though his lawyer argued the evidence had been unsecured temporary equipment and that he had no duty to perform rescue in hazardous conditions. I don't know how that ended. Court dates moved, paperwork stretched. Life, infuriatingly, continued. 1 month after the flood, Deputy Reyes returned my phone. It came in a plastic evidence bag with a receipt and a warning that it might not function properly. I took it home and charged it anyway. Most of the photos were corrupt: gray blocks, green smears, a video of the dashboard that froze on Jamie's reflection. The first signed photo was still there, blank green, no Ravenik, no letter 3DF Eltmar, no unknown language. But when I zoomed in on the bottom right corner, past the fog blur and headlight glare, I noticed something I hadn't before. A small strip of black marker on cardboard, just visible behind the signpost, angled toward the ditch. Not readable, barely a mark. I opened the image editor and increased the contrast until the whole picture looked bruised. 3 letters emerged, not the strange reflective symbols. English. Run, I sent it to Reyes. She called back the next day and said it was probably part of another warning, maybe runoff or rut, torn by weather and framed strangely by the photo. She wasn't dismissive. That almost made it worse. She sounded tired and reasonable and correct. "Do you still have the original file?" she asked. "Yes. Send it over, I'll attach it." "Do you think it matters?" A pause. "In court, maybe not." And otherwise, another pause longer. "Sometimes people write things when they're scared," she said. That was all. I never found out who wrote it. Most days, that's fine. Most days, the story has an ending I can live with. Bad signs, bad weather, a blocked culvert, a mother and child pulled from a situation that could have gone the other way. a county embarrassed into fixing what should have been fixed before anyone got hurt. But on certain mornings in Portland, when fog comes in low enough to blur the streetlights and the garbage trucks sound farther away than they are, I think about that green sign and the letters my eyes saw, but my camera missed. I think about Harold's wife saying, "Tell them about the boy." I think about the man in the work truck stopping in the headlights and choosing reverse. And I think about the cardboard warning that had been right in the worst possible way. Do not follow voices. We followed them anyway. Lucas lived because we did. That does not make the warning wrong. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first time I heard the unit next to mine breathe, I told myself it was the ventilation system. That was the cleanest explanation. Storage places have bad ductwork, thin metal doors, hollow walls that carry every noise in strange directions. A cough 2 aisles over can sound like it came from inside your own boxes if the place is empty enough. So when I stood there with one hand on the roll-up handle of Unit C118 and heard a slow, wet inhale from the other side of the divider, I did what people do when something is wrong, but not wrong enough to run from. I waited for it to happen again. My name is Daniel Mercer, 34, male, born in Ohio, and currently living in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where every road seems to either climb a hill, vanish into a tunnel, or dump you in front of a construction crew with no warning. I work as a claims adjuster for an insurance company, which is less dramatic than it sounds. Mostly, I read reports, call people who are already angry, and tell them which parts of their lives are or are not covered. I'm good at noticing details on paper. In real life, I have a talent for talking myself out of noticing them. That last part matters. I was at Allegheny Self-Storage on a wet Thursday evening in late October because my sister had finally convinced me to stop paying $149 a month to store the leftovers of a life I kept pretending I might restart. A broken IKEA bed frame, 3 plastic tubs of college books, my ex-wife's Christmas ornaments that she had not wanted, but I had not been able to throw away, a box labeled kitchen that mostly contained takeout menus from restaurants that had closed during the pandemic. That kind of junk. The facility sat off Washington Boulevard, not far from the bus garages and the long, low industrial buildings with faded signs and chain link fences. The air there always smelled like damp concrete, diesel, and the sweet rot of leaves collected in storm drains. Beyond the gate, rows of orange doors ran in straight lines under pole lights that clicked and hummed like they were annoyed at being awake. My sister, Erin Mercer, 37, female from Pittsburgh, had parked her silver Subaru half-crooked in front of my unit and left the hazard lights blinking because she said it made us look temporarily purposeful. Erin is a high school guidance counselor, which means she can weaponize patients. She was wearing a rain jacket over scrubs because she had come straight from some first aid certification thing at school, and she had her hair pulled into a bun with a pencil jammed through it. "Danny," she said, standing with her hands on her hips while I stared at the padlock. "Do you actually have the key, or are we performing grief in front of a storage unit?" "I have the key." "Great. Use the key. I'm checking something." "You've been checking something for 30 seconds. That was when I heard it. Not loud. Not dramatic. A soft drag of air from Unit C-119, the one directly to the right of mine. It came through the seam where the corrugated metal wall met the concrete floor. There was a faint rattle underneath it, like a plastic sheet moving somewhere in a draft. I turned my head. Erin noticed immediately. She always notices when I try to pretend I haven't reacted. "What?" she asked. "Nothing. That was your lying voice." "I don't have a lying voice." "You have 3. That was the one you use with Mom and tow truck drivers." I held up a finger, and to my surprise, she actually stopped talking. Rain ticked on the roof. Somewhere near the front gate, a truck backed up with 3 flat beeps, paused, and backed up again. The Subaru's hazard lights painted the wet pavement amber, then black, then amber. Inside C-119, something gave another slow exhale. Erin's face changed. Not fear yet, just attention. "Is someone in there?" she said, quieter. I leaned closer to the neighboring door. The unit number, C-119, was painted in black stencil on a small white plate screwed into the frame. The roll-up door was shut. A round disc lock hung from the hasp. It looked newer than mine, stainless steel, no rust. The bottom edge of the door had an uneven rubber gasket pressed against the concrete, and under it there was a narrow darkness. "Hello," I called. My voice went flat against the metal and came back thinner. No answer. Erin took one step back and looked down the row. Could be a cat. Would a cat breathe like a smoker? Maybe an old cat. Helpful. I'm trying not to jump straight to corpse Daniel. That made me smile despite myself, which was probably why she said it. Erin and I come from a family where jokes are used the way other families use aspirin. Not because they fix anything, but because you can swallow them and keep moving. The noise did not happen again. I stood there listening until my ears started inventing things out of the rain. "Ventilation," I said. Erin pointed upward at the row of vents along the building's eaves. "Probably. Metal buildings make weird noises. Last chance to use this as an excuse to go home. No, we're here." That's the bravest thing you've ever said about cardboard boxes. I unlocked C-118. The old brass padlock fought me for a second before it turned, and the roll-up door shrieked when I lifted it. It went up in jerks, each section folding into the track with a hollow clack that echoed down the row. The smell came out first: dust, old paper, plastic, and the dry wooden odor of cheap furniture. The unit was only 10 by 10, but I had stacked it with the optimism of a man who believed he would return in 2 weeks instead of 4 years. Erin stood beside me, looking in. "Wow," she said, "you really did build a museum of avoidance." "I prefer archive." "You labeled a box miscellaneous feelings." That was a joke, was it? I ignored that and reached for the pole string on the ceiling light. Nothing happened when I tugged it. The bulb inside the wire cage remained dead. Of course, I said. Erin turned on her phone flashlight and handed it to me. Here, mine's at 80%. Yours is probably at 12 because you refuse to replace it. It's at 31. Emergency levels for you. The light cut through dust and showed the narrow aisle I had left myself between stacked bins. Everything looked smaller and sadder than I remembered. A rolled rug leaned against the wall like a body wrapped badly. A framed print of Lake Erie sat face down on an old desk. My ex-wife's blue ceramic lamp poked out of a crate, its shade dented inward. None of it was worth what I had paid to keep it safe. That was the private shame of it, not the divorce. Not exactly. The shame was that I had let objects become placeholders for decisions. Keep this. Decide later. Pay another month. Don't look too closely. Erin stepped carefully inside, the toes of her sneakers crunching on grit. What's the goal? Take the books, the photos, and anything useful. Trash the rest. You said that like you believe it. I'm evolving. You're stalling. She pulled open the nearest plastic tub before I could argue. The lid came off with a crack, and a smell of old paper rose up. She began sorting, efficient as a courtroom clerk. The calm lasted maybe 5 minutes. We found tax records from 2017, a slow cooker with no lid winter coats I had forgotten I owned, and a stack of picture frames wrapped in towels. Erin held up a ceramic penguin wearing a Steelers scarf and gave me a look. That was a gift, I said, from someone who hated you, from Aunt Linda. So yes. Outside, tires hissed on wet asphalt. Someone drove past the end of row C without slowing, headlights sliding across the open unit and briefly turning every plastic bin glossy. The car continued around the corner and faded toward the keypad gate. Then came a thump from C119. Not a bang, not something thrown. A dull, soft impact against the shared wall. Erin froze with the penguin in her hand. I turned toward the right side wall. It was corrugated metal over framing, dented in a few places from my side where I had shoved boxes too hard against it. A stack of my old books leaned there, titles pressed to the wall. The thump came again, lower this time. Then that same dragging inhale, close now, the kind of breath you hear when someone is trying not to make noise and failing. Erin set the penguin down very slowly. Okay, that's not ventilation. I moved 2 boxes away from the wall, trying to create space. Hello. I called again, louder. Is someone there? No answer. The breathing stopped. That was worse somehow. Erin pulled her phone from her pocket and checked the screen. I have 2 bars. Call the office. It closed at 6. What time is it? 6:42. The facility had keypad access until 10, which had sounded convenient when I rented the unit. Now the rows of closed orange doors, the dark office by the gate, and the little dome cameras mounted under the gutters felt less like security and more like props. A man's voice came from outside. Everything good over there? I jerked so hard my shoulder hit the metal shelving behind me. At the entrance stood Marcus Bell, 46, male, from Baltimore, Maryland. Though he told us later he had been in Pittsburgh for 15 years. He wore a Navy maintenance jacket with the storage company's logo stitched over one pocket and carried a dented travel mug. He had a gray beard trimmed close and the tired, flat expression of someone who had been asked too many stupid questions in one day. A ring of keys hung from his belt, but he wasn't wearing the official polo or name tag. Aaron stepped out first. "Do you work here? After hours, when something breaks?" Marcus lifted the mug a little. "Gate sensor S been acting up. You folks hear something?" I looked at C-119. From that unit, Marcus followed my gaze, and something small moved across his face. Not enough to call fear, more like recognition quickly buried. "What kind of something?" he asked. "Breathing," Aaron said before I could soften it. "And a thump." Marcus gave a humorless little laugh. "These buildings pop when the temperature drops." "It wasn't a pop," she said. He looked at her, then at me, then at the disc lock on C-119. Could be somebody storing equipment with a compressor. Aquarium pump, medical device. People put all kinds of things in these units, even though they're not supposed to. "Would a compressor stop when I call out?" I asked. Marcus did not answer right away. Another vehicle rolled past the far end of the row, slower this time. A white cargo van with mud along the doors. It paused just long enough for me to notice the driver's side window was tinted too dark to see through, then moved on toward row D. Its engine had a low belt squeal that faded and returned as it turned the corner. Marcus watched it go. "You know who rents C-119? Aaron asked. "Can't give out customer info. But you can check if someone might be trapped in there, right?" Marcus took a sip from the mug, buying time. "Nobody's trapped. Locks are on the outside." "That doesn't mean nobody's inside," Aaron said. There it was, the thing all three of us had been avoiding. The air seemed to tighten around the open unit. Rainwater ran along the shallow gutter in the concrete at my feet, carrying bits of leaves, cigarette filters, and gray foam. Somewhere inside the building wall, metal ticked as it cooled. Marcus shifted his weight. "Listen, I'll radio the manager." "You have a radio?" I asked. He patted his jacket pocket and pulled out a handheld that looked older than my car. He clicked it on. Static answered him, then nothing. He frowned, turned the knob, tried again. "Office, this is Marcus at C Row. You got ears," the radio hissed. Aaron looked at me in a way I recognized from childhood, from basement storms and hospital waiting rooms, and the day our father forgot where he had parked, and then forgot why we were worried. It was the look that meant, you make jokes because you don't want to decide. The breathing came again. This time Marcus heard it clearly. It was not loud, but it had texture. A slow pull through obstruction, wet at the end, then a pause, then the faintest scrape, as if something inside C-119 had shifted against concrete. Marcus lowered the radio. "Nope," Aaron said. "Nope, we're not doing the guy thing where everyone pretends this is normal." "Call 911, I said. She already had her phone up. Marcus raised a hand. "Hold on." Aaron stared at him. "Why?" "Because police come out. They cut a customer's lock, and it turns out to be a machine or an animal. That's a problem. If it's a person, waiting is also a problem," she said. Marcus looked down the row again, toward where the white van had gone. His jaw worked once. There's a protocol. What protocol? I asked. Manager authorizes entry. We document. We don't just cut locks because somebody heard a noise. I wanted to say he was right. I wanted the shape of rules around this. Rules are comfortable because they give fear a clipboard and tell it to stand in line. But the sound had been too close, too human in its rhythm. And now that I had heard it that way, I could not put it back into the category of vents and pipes. Erin's phone screen glowed against her face. I'm calling. Marcus stepped closer, not threatening exactly, but enough that I noticed. Ma'am, I'm asking you to give me 2 minutes. For what? Bolt cutters from the maintenance closet and my paperwork bag. If I open it, I'm opening it right. His eyes moved to me. I understood then that he was not trying to stop us. Not entirely. He was afraid of what would happen if this became official before he knew what was behind that door. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. From somewhere behind C-119, maybe inside it, maybe farther along the row, came a small sound that did not fit the breathing. A tap, then another. 3 taps, spaced carefully. Erin whispered, Daniel. My unit suddenly felt too full, too narrow, packed with things I had saved because deciding what mattered had always scared me. The open door rattled in the wind. The dead light bulb swung slightly in its cage, though none of us had touched it. Marcus held up the ring of keys, then pointed toward the end of the row. Maintenance, closets back by the wash bay. 2 minutes. Erin kept her thumb over the emergency call button. I looked at the locked door of C-119. The breathing did not come again, but the space under the gasket looked darker than before, as if something on the other side had moved close to the gap. We had a choice then. Wait for Marcus and his protocol, call the police, and turn the whole place into a scene, or walk away from my open unit and pretend a storage locker in Pittsburgh had not just answered us from the dark. Erin looked at me. Danny, decide. And for once, I could not hide behind another month's payment. Marcus did not get his 2 minutes. He made it maybe 20 steps down row C before the lights went out. Not all at once. That would have been too clean. First, the pole light above C-115 flickered hard enough to throw a white pulse across the wet pavement. Then, the one by the corner gave a sharp electrical buzz and died. The far end of the row went black, then the next fixture, then the next, like something was moving down the line and pinching each bulb between 2 fingers. By the time Marcus turned around, his face was just a pale shape under the hood of his jacket. Power cut, he called. Erin swore under her breath. Of course it is. The office building near the gate still had one emergency light glowing red above the door, but it was far away and blurred by rain. The keypad box at the entrance let out a long, unhappy beep that rose and fell, then stopped. My storage unit became a cave with a Subaru parked in front of it. The hazard lights were still blinking. Amber, black, amber, black. Each flash made the rows of doors appear and disappear, all those orange rectangles lined up like closed mouths. I looked at Erin's phone. Call now. I'm trying. She held it higher, turning in a slow circle. It dropped to 1 bar, moved toward the gate. Marcus was already walking back fast. Nobody moves alone. That got my attention. So did the way he looked past us, not at C-119, but toward row D, where the white van had gone. Aaron noticed too. Is there somebody else here? There are always customers here after hours. That wasn't what I asked. Marcus reached us, breathing harder than he should have been for such a short walk. His radio crackled once in his pocket, then gave up. The gate defaults closed in an outage. Battery backup should hold, but if the sensor's already acting up, it may lock the whole lot. Lock as in we can't drive out, I asked. Maybe. The word was small. It landed badly. Aaron stared at him. You said you were fixing the gate sensor. I said it was acting up. You also said nobody was trapped because locks are on the outside. Marcus flinched at that, just slightly. Then, from C-119 came another sound. A breath, yes, but not steady now. Faster, strained. A drag, a catch, a damp exhale. Then 3 taps against the metal wall. Tap, tap, tap. Aaron's face tightened. That's a person. Marcus took 1 step toward the door and stopped. Could be an animal hitting something. Animals don't knock in 3s. No, scared people do. She turned to me. We call 911. We tell them someone may be trapped in a storage unit, the gate's malfunctioning, and the power's out. I'm trying, I said, though I wasn't the one holding the phone. My own phone was in my pocket with 31% battery, which suddenly seemed like a moral failure. I pulled it out. No service. Not even the little emergency, only promise at the top. The screen showed 6:48 p.m. That was when the problem became real enough to have edges. We had someone, or something that sounded exactly like someone, inside a locked neighboring unit. The facility office was closed. The power had failed. The gate might not open. Phones were struggling. Marcus had the keys for maintenance, but not for customer locks, and the bolt cutters were locked in a closet somewhere near the wash bay. The rain was getting heavier, filling the gutters, spreading oil-slick colors across the pavement whenever the Subaru blinked. And inside C-119, whoever was breathing sounded like they were running out of air. Okay, I said, mostly to hear myself sound useful. We go get the bolt cutters. Together. Aaron keeps trying 911 as we move. Marcus leads. Aaron looked at me with surprise, maybe because I usually waited for somebody else to define the shape of a crisis. Marcus shook his head. No, you 2 stay here. I'll get them. No chance, Aaron said. It's a private facility. I can't have customers wandering around in the dark. You have customers possibly dying in lockers now. He rubbed a hand over his mouth. You don't understand. Then explain it, I said. Marcus looked down the row again. The Subaru hazards flashed across his eyes and made them look briefly wet. Unit C-119 has been rented under a business account, he said. Auto renewal, paid on time, no late notices. Manager told us not to mess with it unless there's a fire, flood, or police order. Aaron gave a short laugh with no humor in it. That is the worst reassuring thing you could have said. Who rents it? I asked. I don't know. Some LLC. Paperwork is in the office. Why would your manager say not to mess with it? Marcus's jaw tightened. Because people with lawyers rent storage too. Behind the metal wall, something scraped along the floor. Slow, heavy enough to vibrate through the stack of my books pressed against the divider. A box near my elbow shifted by a fraction of an inch. Then a muffled sound came through. Not a word, a voice trying to be one. Erin's hand went to her mouth. Oh my God. Marcus stepped closer to see 119 and put his ear near the seam. Hey, if you can hear me, tap once. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then one tap, clear as a coin on a table. Erin whispered, there. Marcus closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, the older, cautious version of him was gone. What replaced it was worse. Not panic, guilt. We need cutters, he said. We moved. I grabbed Erin's arm before she stepped away. Stay close. She looked down at my hand. I let go. That was another thing about me. I hated tight spaces, but I hated being responsible more. When I was 9, Erin and I got stuck in the crawl space under our parents' old house because I thought I could retrieve a baseball that had rolled through the vent opening. The ground was damp clay. The floor joists were low enough that you had to flatten yourself to move. I panicked halfway in and backed into Erin so hard she couldn't turn around. She had to talk me out inch by inch, while our father shouted instructions from outside that only made it worse. Since then, I have avoided crawl spaces, packed elevators, crowded basements, and any responsibility that required calm in a confined place. Storage units were fine because the doors opened outward. Usually, we left C-118 open, the roll-up door rattling in the wind behind us, and followed Marcus down row C. Erin walked between us, phone held up, screen bright against her cheek. 911, she said suddenly. I got it. A tiny sound came from the speaker. Then a woman's voice, thin and broken by static. 911, what is the location of your emergency? Erin clapped her free hand over her other ear. Allegheny Self-Storage, Washington Boulevard, Pittsburgh. We have someone trapped in a storage unit, and the power is out. The call crackled. Ma'am, can you repeat the address? Erin looked at me. I knew the street number had been on the rental agreement, on the sign, on every automatic billing email I had ignored. I could see the logo in my head, but not the number. My brain served up useless details instead. The dent in the office gutter, the vending machine inside the lobby, the smell of wet cardboard. Daniel, Erin said. I don't know the number. Rented here for 4 years. I know, Marcus snapped. 4701 Washington. Tell them gate code access may be down. Erin repeated it. 4701 Washington Boulevard. Gate may be stuck. We're inside row C, unit C-119. The dispatcher's voice cut in and out. Is the person conscious? Are there weapons involved? We don't know. We can hear breathing and tapping. A burst of static ate the next sentence. Then the call dropped. Erin stared at the screen. No, come on. Did they get enough? I asked. I don't know. They got the address, Marcus said. That's something. But something was not enough. Not with the gate possibly stuck. Not with the rain. Not with a person behind a locked door and a facility layout that could confuse anyone who hadn't been there before. Row C was not visible from the gate. Emergency responders would have to get in, find us, and decide whether they had legal cause to cut a lock. If the keypad failed, they might lose minutes at the fence. If the system reset, they might not get in at all without forcing it. Time had wait now. At the end of row C, we turned toward the wash bay. The storage buildings formed a grid, but in the dark, It felt less orderly. The rows made narrow corridors. Rainwater gurgled through downspouts. The wind pushed bits of trash along the concrete. A receipt, a strip of packing tape, a flattened water bottle that clicked and clicked as it rolled. The white van was parked near the wash bay. No headlights, no interior light, just a large white block in the dark with its rear doors facing us. Aaron stopped first. Marcus muttered, "Damn it," I said. "Is that a customer?" He didn't answer. From somewhere inside the van came a faint metallic clank. Erin lowered her voice. "Tell me that's your work van." "My work truck S by the office." "Then who is that?" Marcus moved his hand toward the keys on his belt, as if keys solved anything. "Could be unloading." In a power outage in the rain with no lights, the van rocked once. Not much, enough. I felt my body trying to step backward without asking permission. The old crawl space terror rose in a stupid, physical way, throat tight, hands prickling, lungs refusing to trust the air. I hated that. I hated that fear could be so childish and still so strong. Aaron saw it happen. "Danny, I'm fine. You're not." I said I'm fine. Marcus pointed to a small cinder block structure beyond the van. "Maintenance closet is there. Cutters are inside. Do we have another way around?" Aaron asked. "Through row B, but it adds time." A muffled noise drifted from far behind us, back toward C-119. 3 taps. Even at that distance, they carried. Tap, tap, tap. Erin looked over her shoulder. That decided it for her. "We go around the van. Wide." Marcus nodded. "Don't touch it. Don't look inside. Just keep moving." That was a strange instruction. "Why wouldn't we look inside?" I asked. "Because if someone's in there and this is unrelated, you don't want to start a fight in the dark. And if it's related, then you really don't." We moved along the left edge of the lane, close to the opposite building. The van sat 10 yards away, then 8, then 6. Its side panel was streaked with grime. No company logo. No license plate on the front, just 2 empty screw holes. Ear plate had been smeared with mud, so thick the numbers were unreadable. As we passed, I heard something from inside. Not breathing. A phone vibrating against metal. BZZZT, BZZZT, BZZZT. Then a man's voice, low and irritated, from the driver's seat or the cargo area. "Leave it." We all stopped. A second voice answered, sharper. "You hear that?" Marcus whispered. "Move." Too late. The van's side door slammed open. A man stepped out wearing a black rain jacket and nitrile gloves. He was white, maybe late 30s, with a shaved head and a narrow face made narrower by the shadow under his hood. I did not know his name then, but later I would learn he was Owen Rusk, 39, male, from Scranton, Pennsylvania. In that moment, he was just a stranger climbing out of a dark van at a storage facility where someone was trapped in a locked unit. His eyes went to Marcus first, then to Aaron's phone, then to me. "Facilities closed," he said. Marcus straightened. "Customers have access until 10. Power's out. Backup access still applies." Owen smiled slightly, like Marcus had told a joke badly. "You the night guy, I'm maintenance. Then maintain something somewhere else." Erin's thumb moved across her phone screen. Owen saw it. "Put that away." "No," she said. I expected my sister's voice to shake. It didn't. That scared me more than if it had. Another man appeared at the back of the van. He was heavier, older, maybe 50s, with a gray hoodie under a brown work coat. His name, I learned later, was Peter Lang, 52, male, from Erie, Pennsylvania. He moved like his knees hurt, but his hands were steady as he pulled one rear door half closed behind him. I caught one glimpse inside before it shut. Plastic sheeting, a coil of rope, a dark stain on a folded moving blanket, something rectangular wrapped in clear film. Then the door closed. Peter said, "We got a problem." Marcus raised both hands slightly. "No problem, we're getting tools." "For what?" Owen asked. The rain hit the van roof in thousands of small taps. Nobody answered fast enough. Owen looked toward row C. He heard it too. The distant tapping started again, frantic now. More than 3. A scattered, panicked drumming from inside C-119. Aaron's phone found one bar again. I saw the emergency call screen light up. Owen moved. I stepped between him and Aaron without thinking, which would have been noble if I had known what I was doing. He shoved me with both hands. I went backward into the wet wall of the adjacent unit, shoulder first. Pain flashed down my arm, bright and nauseating. Aaron yelled, "Don't touch him." Marcus lunged for Owen's sleeve. Peter came around the rear of the van faster than I expected and swung something short and black into Marcus's ribs. A flashlight, maybe. Marcus folded with a sound like air leaving a tire. Everything became ugly and close. Aaron tried to run. Owen grabbed her wrist. I grabbed the back of his jacket. He twisted, and my injured shoulder failed me. I lost my grip. Aaron kicked him in the shin hard enough to make him swear, and her phone flew from her hand, skidding across the wet pavement under the van. The screen stayed lit for half a second before the tire shadow swallowed it. "Get them inside," Peter said. Marcus was on one knee, coughing. "Don't," Peter hit him again, not hard enough to knock him out like in movies, but hard enough to make him collapse sideways and curl around himself on the concrete. Owen pointed at me. "You, open your unit." "No." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a compact pistol. The world narrowed to the black hole at the front of it. Not a movie gun, not dramatic, small, wet with rain, held low near his hip so it would be hard to see from any camera, if the cameras were even working. "Open it," he said. My keys were in my pocket. My unit was already open. For one ridiculous second, my brain latched onto that mistake, as if correcting him mattered. Aaron said my name softly. That did it. We walked back down row C with Owen behind us, and Peter half dragging Marcus by the jacket collar until Marcus got his feet under him. The pistol stayed out of sight beside Owen's leg, but I could feel it there the way you feel a wasp in a room after you've lost track of it. The tapping from C-119 had stopped. My unit waited open, amber lit by the Subaru hazards. All my boxes were exactly where I had left them, stupid and innocent, and packed too tightly. Owen shoved me inside first. I stumbled over a tub of books and caught myself against the dead metal shelf. Aaron came after me. Marcus was pushed in last, one hand wrapped around his ribs, breathing through his teeth. Peter reached for the roll-up door. "No," Aaron said. "There's someone in there. You can't just leave them." Owen crouched at the threshold and looked at us with tired contempt. You people should have minded your own unit. Then he pulled the door down. The metal slats rattled toward the floor. The rectangle of rain and amber light shrank. Erin threw herself toward it, but I caught her around the waist because Owen still had the gun, and because I was a coward, and because sometimes those two things look exactly the same from the inside. The door hit concrete with a bang that filled the unit. A padlock clicked through the hasp from the outside. Darkness pressed in. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then, through the wall to our right, close enough that I felt the vibration against my palm, Unit C-119 began breathing again. Only now we were locked beside it. Inside C-118, the dark had texture. It was not total, not at first. A thin amber pulse kept slipping under the door whenever my sister's Subaru hazards blinked outside. The light came in flat and low, catching the bottoms of boxes, the legs of the old desk, Marcus's boot, where it stuck out into the aisle. Then black again. Then amber. Then black. Every few seconds, the unit seemed to take a picture of us. Erin was on her knees near the door, fingers pressed under the bottom gasket, trying to feel for her phone, even though it had skidded under the van 30 yards away near the wash bay. She knew that. I knew she knew that. Still, she kept sweeping the concrete as if panic could shorten distance. Erin, I said, don't. You won't reach anything. I said, don't. Her voice had gone thin at the edges, not weak, sharp, like wire pulled too tight. Marcus sat with his back against a stack of plastic tubs labeled winter and taxes, one hand clamped under his right ribs. Each breath made his jaw flex. In the intermittent light, sweat shone along his forehead despite the cold. You hit bad, I asked him. Bruised, he said. You sure? No. That was honest enough to scare me. Outside, Owen and Peter moved around in the rain. We could hear them better than I wanted to. Boots on wet concrete. The side door of the van sliding opened somewhere down the row. A low argument, too muffled to make out. Then the hollow clank of metal. From the wall to our right came the breathing. C-119. Slow, ragged, human enough that my mind kept trying to supply a face. I pressed my palm to the shared divider. The metal felt cold and faintly damp, and every inhale from the other side trembled through it like a hand dragging across a sheet. Hey, I said, leaning close. Can you hear me? There was a pause, then one tap. Erin turned away from the door. Marcus opened his eyes. Okay, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We're in the unit next to you. We're going to get help. 3 taps came back, faster this time. Erin crawled over, bumping her shoulder on the desk. Are you hurt? Tap once for yes, twice for no. 1 tap. She closed her eyes for half a second. Can you breathe? She asked. There was nothing. Then 1 tap. Not reassuring, not at all. I shifted boxes away from the wall, scraping plastic across concrete. My shoulder screamed where Owen had shoved me. I swallowed the sound down because Erin already had enough to look at. Maybe we can make a hole, I said. Marcus let out a short, painful laugh. Through that, it's sheet metal. It's corrugated steel over studs. Shared dividers framed. You got a saw. I looked around at my useless inventory of postponed decisions. Books, frames, a lamp, a slow cooker with no lid. A ceramic penguin, the old desk, the rolled rug. None of it looked like rescue equipment. Aaron grabbed the metal shelving unit and shook it. Could break this apart. Bolted, I asked. No, cheap snap together. We had our first plan, which made it feel like we had hope. That lasted 8 minutes. The shelf fought us. The darkness made everything clumsy. I held my phone flashlight in my teeth at first, then in my left hand, then balanced it on a box after Marcus snapped. Stop waving the light in my eyes. Aaron pulled the top shelf free with a metallic shriek that made all 3 of us freeze. Outside, the footsteps stopped. We waited. Rain hammered the roof. My lungs worked too fast. I pictured Owen standing inches from the door with the pistol low against his thigh, listening. Nothing happened. Erin exhaled through her nose and went back to work, slower. We got one vertical support loose, a thin strip of angled metal about 5 feet long. One end was jagged where the connector had bent. I used it like a pry bar against the wall seam, jamming it between the corrugated panel and the concrete floor. It slipped and bit into my palm. Damn it. Let me see, Aaron said. I'm fine. Everyone keeps saying that tonight, and so far everyone has been lying. Blood welled in a shallow diagonal line across my hand. Not terrible. Enough to make everything slick. Aaron tore a strip from an old towel wrapped around one of my picture frames and tied it tight. Marcus dragged himself closer, grimacing. Aim for the bottom edge. If you can bend it up, maybe sound gets through better. But you're not cutting a person-sized hole with that. We don't need person-sized, I said. We need air. That quieted him. I shoved the metal strip under the edge again. Aaron braced both feet against a box and pulled with me. The divider groaned. The sound traveled through the unit and into my teeth. For 1 second, the lower lip of metal lifted. A smell came through. Not death. Not exactly. Chemical plastic, wet cloth, old sweat, and something medicinal, sharp and sweet, like spilled antiseptic. From C-119, the person coughed. A real cough, weak, horrible. Aaron leaned down to the gap. Stay with us. Keep coughing if you can, we're here. Then the metal strip snapped. Not the whole thing. One jagged end sheared off and shot backward, clattering into the dark behind us. I fell on my bad shoulder and hit the concrete hard enough that white dots burst across my vision. Aaron slipped forward and struck her knee on the floor. The wall settled back into place. The gap vanished. Attempt 1 had bought us 1 cough and a smell. Nothing more. I lay there breathing through my teeth while the person next door made a thin, dragging sound that might have been trying to speak. Aaron said, again. Aaron. Again. We broke the only piece we had. Then find another. Her voice cracked on the last word. Marcus said softly, we need to get out, not through. That became the second plan. The roll-up door was locked from outside with my old brass padlock, or maybe one of theirs, we could not tell by feel. The inside of the door had a metal handle and horizontal ribs. No emergency release. Storage units are not meant to hold people. That sounds obvious until you are inside one and realize how many ordinary places are designed with the assumption that nobody will ever need mercy from them. We cleared space by the door. I dragged the slow cooker box aside. Aaron shoved the rolled rug under the desk. Marcus used his good side to push a stack of bins away with his feet. Every movement made him go pale, but he kept doing it. "If we kick near the latch, maybe we pop the hasp," Aaron said. Marcus shook his head. "Door'll flex. Lock won't. What about lifting it?" They locked the outside. "You can lift an inch, maybe two. Enough to slide something under." "Like what?" Aaron looked at me. "Your phone." I hated the idea instantly. My phone had no service inside the metal unit, but under the door, maybe near the open air, maybe it could catch a bar. We could record video. Use the flashlight to signal. Call 911 if it connected. Something. It was stupid. It was also better than sitting. I lay flat on the concrete, cheek in grit, and tried to push the bottom of the roll-up door upward, while Aaron wedged the broken shelving strip beneath it. Marcus braced the strip with one boot. The door lifted just enough to show a slice of wet pavement outside, a line of amber light from the Subaru, and the lower half of the neighboring door. My chest tightened at the smallness of the gap. Crawl space dark, damp clay, Aaron behind me, trapped because of me. "Daniel," Aaron said, "phone. I'm doing it." "You stopped, I know." There was no room to be embarrassed, but I managed it anyway. I slid my phone flat under the door, flashlight on, emergency call screen open. The concrete scraped the case. The phone reached the outside, half in, half out. One bar appeared, then vanished, appeared again. "Come on," Aaron whispered. I pressed emergency call. The screen changed, calling. For 2 beautiful seconds, it worked. Then a boot stepped into view outside and kicked the phone back under the door. It skidded across the unit and hit Marcus's leg. Owen crouched outside. We could see only his boots and one gloved hand in the gap. "I told you people," he said, voice calm through the metal. "Mind your own unit." Aaron lunged and grabbed for his fingers. He pulled back before she got him. The door slammed down. The gap closed. Then came the scrape of something heavy being dragged in front of our unit. A pause. Another scrape. He was blocking the door. My phone lay face up on the concrete. Urgency call had failed. The top corner of the screen was cracked now, a bright spider web over the signal bars. "Nice try," Marcus muttered. Aaron rounded on him. "Don't, I meant it. I don't care what you meant." Outside, Owen shouted toward Row D. "They're awake in there." Peter answered, "Then hurry up." Hurry up with what? The breathing next door became faster again, like the person in C-119 had heard the same thing and understood more than we did. I picked up my phone. 24%. No service. Attempt 2 had told Owen we were trying to call. In return, he had trapped us harder. For the next minute, nobody said anything useful. I sat against a stack of boxes, cradling my cut hand against my chest. Aaron paced the 5 feet of cleared concrete near the door. Marcus's breathing had gone shallow. The person next door tapped twice, then once, then twice again, not in answer to any question we had asked. A code, maybe, or panic. Then the terrifying sound came from behind us. A slow rustle inside the rolled rug. Aaron stopped moving. I turned the phone light toward it. The rug leaned against the back left corner of the unit, between the old desk and a tower of boxes. The plastic wrap around it twitched. Something inside pressed outward, making a soft lump that traveled upward a few inches and stopped. Aaron grabbed the broken metal shelf support. Marcus whispered. "What the hell is that?" The rug moved again. A small scrape. A wet sniff. For one insane second, my mind gave me every worst possibility at once. Someone had been in my unit before us, folded inside my own belongings. Owen had hidden a body there. The breathing next door had somehow come through the walls and into the space with us. Then, a gray nose poked out of the torn plastic. A rat dropped onto the concrete, froze in the phone light, and shot between two boxes so fast, Aaron screamed and swung the shelf support into the desk. The old ceramic lamp fell. It shattered with a bright, ridiculous crash. Outside, Owen shouted, "Shut up." Inside, the three of us stood there panting at a rat. Marcus started laughing. It hurt him, so it came out as a series of broken wheezes. But he kept laughing until Aaron said, "I will kick your ribs myself." "It's a rat," he managed. "I noticed." "No, listen." He wiped his mouth. "Rats get in through gaps, back corners, drain channels. These units aren't sealed, so air moves." He pointed with a shaking hand toward the rear of my unit. The back wall of C-118 faced the drainage strip behind row C, a narrow service alley between buildings that I had barely noticed in daylight. If rats could get in, there might be a gap. Not big enough for a person. Maybe big enough for a signal. Maybe big enough to push something through. We tore apart the back corner. This was the third plan, though none of us called it that. Boxes came down. Books spilled. A framed photo of my old kitchen cracked under my knee. Aaron found rat droppings behind the desk and a line of damp along the baseboard. Marcus directed from the floor, voice weaker now. "Bottom panel. Left side. Feel for rot." "It's metal," I said. "Not the divider. Exterior wall. They patch rust with plywood sometimes." He was right. Behind the rolled rug, the lower corner of the back wall had been patched with a rectangle of plywood painted orange to match the metal. The paint had bubbled at the bottom where water had been getting in. One edge was soft enough that my fingers sank into it. Aaron stared at it. "Can we break it?" "With what?" I asked. She picked up the ceramic lamp base. It had broken away from the shade, leaving a heavy blue chunk with a brass rod through the middle. Ugly, useful. She hit the plywood. The first strike made a dull thud. The second cracked the paint. On the third, a piece splintered inward, and cold, wet air touched my face. Not enough, but something. We took turns. Aaron swung until her breath came in ragged bursts. I used the jagged shelving strip to pry at the split. Marcus tried to help and almost passed out, so we made him stay down. The hole widened from a crack to the size of a fist, then a grapefruit. Rain smell came in. Real outside air. I put my mouth close to it and shouted, "Help, we're locked in row C." "Help," my voice went into the service alley and died under the rain. No answer. I turned my phone sideways and shoved the top half through the hole. 1 bar, then 2. I called 911 again. This time the dispatcher answered clearly enough that I almost cried. 911, what is the location of your emergency? I gave the address. I gave the unit number. I gave row C, back service alley, armed men, trapped person in C-119, injured maintenance worker. I talked too fast. Aaron grabbed my wrist and said, "Slow down." I slowed down. The dispatcher said officers and fire were being sent. She told us to stay hidden if there were armed suspects nearby. She asked if anyone was actively bleeding. She asked if we could safely exit. "No," I said. "No, we're locked inside." Then lights swept across the service alley outside the hole. Not red and blue, white headlights. A vehicle had driven behind row C into the narrow drainage lane. I had not even known a van could fit back there. The dispatcher was still talking when Peter's voice came from the other side of the wall. "They got a hole." The phone was yanked from my hand. Not all the way. The hole was too small. For one absurd tug of war second, I held one end and someone outside held the other. My cut palm opened again. Aaron grabbed my wrist. The phone cracked against the plywood edge. Then it slipped free from both of us and fell outside into the water. The call remained connected for a heartbeat. I heard the dispatcher through the hole, tiny and distant. Sir, can you hear me?" Peter's boot came down. The voice stopped. Aaron said, "No." Outside, Owen said, "Forget the locks. We move it now." "Move what?" C-119 answered with a pounding that shook our wall. Not weak anymore, desperate. Marcus pushed himself upright, face gray. "They're not waiting for police." "What are they doing?" Aaron asked. He looked at the shared wall. Some units have interior access panels for pest control. Old ones. Not supposed to, but this row used to be one warehouse before they divided it. If they opened C-119 from the back service side, a metallic screech cut him off. It came from the unit next door, not the front door, behind the wall. Someone was opening C-119 from the rear. The breathing changed into a muffled cry. I knew suddenly and completely that whoever was in there was not being rescued. They were being removed. Outside our damaged back wall, Peter hammered something over the hole. A board, maybe a piece of sheet metal. Nails or screws bit fast. The fresh air narrowed. The last sliver showed rain streaking through headlights, then vanished under a bang. We were sealed again. No phones, no service, door blocked, back gap patched from outside. Owen and Peter moving whatever was in C-119 before help could arrive. Then the shared wall between our units jolted inward. Once, twice. A screw popped loose and pinged onto the concrete at my feet. Aaron backed into me. Marcus whispered, "That's the access panel." A rectangular outline appeared in the lower right corner of the divider, hidden until then behind my stack of books. The panel flexed as something heavy struck it from the other side. The point of no return was not dramatic. It was 4 screws giving way. The panel buckled inward, and through the widening black seam came the same wet, obstructed breathing we had been hearing all night. Only now, mixed with it, was a human voice rasping one word over and over. "Please." The access panel came inward like a kicked-in cabinet door. 4 screws tore loose. One spun across the concrete and vanished under a box. The metal rectangle bent at the middle, then dropped with a clang that seemed too loud for such a small space. For half a second, nobody moved. The hole between C-118 and C-119 was low, maybe 2 feet high and 3 feet wide, cut into the lower section of the divider. Beyond it was darkness, deeper than ours, with a smell that made my throat close. Damp concrete, plastic, stale breath, gasoline, and that sharp antiseptic sweetness from before. Then a hand slid through. It was scraped raw across the knuckles. A zip tie hung loose around the wrist, cut halfway through but not broken. The fingers flexed once against the concrete. "Please," the voice rasped again. Erin dropped to her knees first. Hey, we're here." She grabbed the hand with both of hers. "Can you crawl?" The person on the other side tried to answer, but only coughed. A wet, cramped sound. Marcus, still sitting against the tubs, said, "Don't pull hard. Could be tied to something." I got down beside Erin, shoulder throbbing, cut hand pulsing inside the towel wrap. My chest hated the hole immediately. It was the same size as the crawl space opening under my parents' old house. Smaller, maybe. Just enough room for a body if that body stayed flat and didn't think too much. From C-119 came another sound, not the injured person. A metal door scraping open at the back. Owen's voice, muffled but close. "Move her now." Her. The hand in Erin's grip tightened. "She's a woman," Erin whispered. "Can you tell us your name?" I asked. The answer came in pieces. Maya, a real name. That made it worse. Maya tried to crawl, but something pulled her back with a dull clink. She cried out, breath tearing. Erin kept hold of her hand and flinched like the pain had passed into her own bones. "She's chained," Erin said. Marcus dragged himself closer. His face looked gray in the phone-less dark, lit only by the amber hazard pulses under the front door. "Where?" Erin said, steady as she could. "Are your ankles tied?" One tap against the concrete. "Yes." "Wrists?" The hand moved weakly. The zip tie scratched against Erin's palm. "Partly loose," Erin said. She got one hand out. Behind Maya, Owen swore. "Panels open," Peter answered, "then close it from their side." Something heavy hit the wall inside C-119. The whole divider jumped. Maya sucked in air so fast it whistled. We had seconds. "Daniel," Erin said, "we need her through." The hole looked at me. That's how it felt. Like an eye opening at floor level, waiting for me to admit what I was. I had spent years avoiding small spaces, avoiding calls I didn't want to make, avoiding boxes in a unit because touching them meant choosing what to lose. And now there was a woman on the other side of a narrow gap, tied up in the dark, with armed men coming. My body said no. Erin saw it. For once, she did not soften her voice. "Danny, now." I lay flat. Concrete pressed grit into my cheek. The smell from C-119 came over me warm and sour. I pushed one arm through the hole, then my head and shoulder. The torn metal edge scraped my jacket. My bad shoulder flared so hard my vision narrowed, but I kept going because stopping halfway would be worse. The hole hugged my ribs. I almost backed out. My breath shortened. My hips caught on the lower edge. For 1 second, I was 9 years old again. Damp clay under me, Erin stuck behind me, our father shouting from the vent. Then Erin's hand pressed between my shoulder blades. Not pushing, just there. "Breathe out," she said. "Make yourself smaller." I did. The air left me. My ribs compressed. I slid through into C-119. The other unit was colder and darker. No amber light reached the back half. I landed on my elbows in a scatter of plastic film. and something granular that smelled like cat litter. My hand found a moving blanket, damp in places. Not blood, I told myself. Then my fingers came away sticky. Maya lay on her side near the shared wall, curled around herself. She was maybe in her late 20s or early 30s, with dark hair plastered to her face and silver duct tape hanging loose from one sleeve. I would later learn she was Maya Riley, 29, female, from Cleveland, Ohio, a freelance medical courier who had made the mistake of asking too many questions about a delivery. In that moment, she was a shape trying to breathe through a swollen mouth. A chain ran from her ankles to a steel storage anchor bolted into the concrete, the kind people use to secure motorcycles or expensive equipment. A small padlock held it closed. I reached for it and immediately knew I had nothing to open it with. From the rear of C-119, headlights spilled through a partially open service side panel. Owen and Peter had opened some hidden back access I hadn't known existed. Rain slanted white in the beam. The back of the white van sat just beyond it, doors open. Owen stepped into the unit. He saw me. For half a second, he looked more annoyed than surprised. Then he raised the pistol. I flattened beside Maya as the first shot cracked inside the metal room. The sound was not like movies. It was enormous, physical. It punched my ear and turned the unit into ringing. The bullet hit the divider above the hole and sent metal shards into the dark. Erin screamed from the other side. "Daniel," she shouted. "I'm okay," I yelled, though I had no idea if I was. Maya made a thin animal sound. Owen shouted back through the hole. I grabbed the chain and yanked uselessly. The lock held. Peter came behind Owen carrying bolt cutters. The bolt cutters. The ones from the maintenance closet. Of course they had them. Marcus had said the closet was by the wash bay. Owen and Peter must have taken the cutters before they came back. They had known we might need them. They had known what tools would decide the night. Peter looked at me, then at the chain. "Move." "No," he laughed once. "No," Erin's voice came through the hole behind me. "Daniel, get down." Something flew through the access opening from C-118. The blue ceramic lamp base. It hit Peter in the shin with a thick crack. He shouted and stumbled into Owen. The pistol swung offline. I reached for Maya's loose zip tie and pulled the jagged, half-cut plastic away from her wrist. "Maya," I said, "can you sit up?" She shook her head. "Try." Owen shoved Peter aside. I saw the pistol come back up. Then the dead bulb from my unit burst. Not on its own. Marcus had used the broken shelf support to smash the wire K and bulb out of the ceiling fixture in C-118. A shower of glass and ceramic rattled through the access panel. He shoved the long metal support after it like a spear. It caught Owen across the wrist. The gun went off again. This shot hit the concrete floor close enough that grit snapped into my face. Owen dropped the pistol, not far, but far enough. Erin came through the hole. "Don't," I shouted. She ignored me. She had always been better at crawling through narrow places. She slid in hard on one shoulder, grabbed the pistol with 2 fingers by the grip like it was something rotten, and kicked it backward through the access hole into C-118. Owen lunged for her. I did the only thing I could think to do. I grabbed the chain around Maya's ankles and threw myself sideways, dragging it across Owen's path. He tripped, not dramatically. His boot caught. His knee hit the concrete. His forehead slammed into the metal divider with a sound that made my stomach turn. He rolled, groaning, still conscious, still dangerous. Peter recovered faster than I wanted. He raised the bolt cutters. For a stupid second, I thought he was going to free Maya. Then he swung them at Erin. She jerked back. The jaws clipped her forearm instead of her head. She screamed and fell against the boxes stacked inside C-119. The sleeve of her rain jacket split. Blood appeared fast, black in the dim light. Something in me stopped negotiating. I went for Peter Lowe because he was bigger, and because Marcus had once said without meaning to teach me that bad ribs make a man fold. I hit him around the waist with my good shoulder and drove both of us into a stack of plastic bins. Pain tore up my neck. The bins collapsed. One lid popped off and spilled dozens of vacuum-sealed packets across the floor. Inside the clear plastic were small white medical boxes. Labels, barcodes, cold pack sleeves. Not drugs in baggies. Not movie contraband. Medical supplies. Then I saw the orange biohazard sticker on one case and the printed words, human tissue, temperature controlled. Peter jammed an elbow into the back of my head. My mouth hit concrete. I tasted blood and dust. Erin kicked him in the knee. His leg buckled. The bolt cutters fell. Maya, still chained, grabbed them with both shaking hands and shoved them toward me. "Lock," she rasped. I crawled to her ankles. My hands shook so badly I could barely line up the cutters. The padlock was small but hardened. I set the jaws around the shackle. Peter grabbed my jacket from behind. Marcus appeared in the access hole. He could not crawl through, not with his ribs, but he shoved his key ring through and then the broken metal shelf support. Daniel, Owen was getting up. Erin had the fallen pistol now, but she held it like she hated it. Both hands, arms locked, bleeding forearm trembling. "Stay down," she said. Owen looked at her and smiled with blood on his teeth. "You won't shoot?" "No," Erin said. Her voice was shaking now. "But I can drop it and run before you reach me, and then none of us know where it lands." That gave him pause. Not enough. He moved. Marcus, from the hole, hooked the shelf support around Owen's ankle and yanked. Owen went down again hard. I squeezed the bolt cutters. Nothing. My injured palm slipped. The towel bandage came loose. Blood made the handle slick. "Again," Maya whispered. Peter was pulling himself up behind me. I reset the jaws. Erin backed toward us, pistol still aimed, crying silently now from pain or fear or both. Marcus kept one hand through the hole, gripping Owen's boot with the shelf support like a fisherman trying to hold a shark on a line. I squeezed. The padlock popped. The sound was tiny. Everything changed. Maya sobbed once. I pulled the chain away from her ankles. The skin beneath was raw and swollen. She could not stand. Of course she couldn't. People don't spring up after being bound and starved and beaten. She folded the moment Erin, and I tried to lift her. "Through the hole," I said. "No," Marcus called. "Front door." "What? They blocked yours, not hers." He was right. C-119's front roll-up door faced the same lane as mine. If Owen and Peter had used the rear access to move her, they might not have locked the front from outside. Or they had. Or it didn't matter. It was the only way big enough. We dragged Maya toward the front of C-119. Every foot cost her. She made small sounds she tried to swallow. The unit was crowded with pallets, wrapped boxes, coolers, plastic sheeting, and a battery-powered portable freezer humming weakly in the corner. That was part of the breathing, I realized. Not all of it, but some. A compressor cycling. Air through damaged insulation. A human being behind it, hidden by machine noise. That was the misdirection from the start. A sound explainable enough to ignore. Owen crawled toward the pistol. Aaron saw him and kicked it farther, toward the rear of C-119, where it skidded under a pallet. Peter tried to grab the bolt cutters. I swung them clumsily and caught his hand between the handles and the floor. He yelled, fingers crushed or broken. I felt no triumph, just nausea. At the front door, Marcus's keys did nothing because it wasn't his lock. "Cut it," Aaron said. I raised the bolt cutters to the inside latch assembly, but there was no lock inside to cut. The hasp was outside. The roll-up door was designed to be stupid from this side. Owen laughed from the floor. "You're still inside." Then red and blue light flashed under the door, not close enough. Outside the facility, maybe at the gate, maybe blocked there. A siren warbled once and cut off. Police were here, but not here enough. Peter looked toward the rear access and then at Owen. "We gotta go." Owen's face hardened. He made his choice. He crawled toward the pallet where the pistol had gone. Aaron saw it too. "Daniel," she said. I knew what she meant before she said it. We couldn't open the front door. We couldn't carry Maya back through the small panel fast enough. Owen was going for the gun. The only open path was the rear service panel, the one Owen and Peter had used, leading to the van, and the narrow drainage alley behind row C toward them. Deeper into risk. I got one arm under Maya's shoulders. Aaron took her legs and cried out when her wounded forearm took weight. Marcus, still in C-118, pushed himself through the access hole despite his ribs, face twisted in pain, so he could help lift from the middle. "You'll tear something," I said. "Already did," he grunted. We moved. Owen found the pistol. Marcus threw his key ring at Owen's face. It was nothing. A ridiculous gesture. Keys against a gun. But it made Owen blink. The shot went high. It blew through the side of a cooler. White vapor burst out as the cold pack inside ruptured. The freezer's hum stopped. A chemical chill spilled over the floor and mixed with rain air from the rear panel. We dragged Maya out through the back of C-119 into the service alley. The rain hit my face like thrown gravel. The alley was barely wide enough for the van. On one side was the rear wall of row C, patched panels and drainage pipes. On the other was a chain link fence topped with wet barbed wire. Beyond it, weeds and a drop toward the back of another industrial lot. The white van blocked most of the alley to our left. To the right, the alley narrowed behind the storage building and disappeared toward the gate. Red and blue lights flashed beyond the front office, distant and distorted by rain. Owen came after us through the rear panel. Peter followed, limping. "Run," Marcus said. Maya could not run. So we stumbled. Aaron and I half carried, half dragged Maya along the drainage strip. Marcus stayed behind us with the bolt cutters now, swinging them one-handed like a man trying to scare off dogs. Every few steps he coughed and folded, then forced himself upright. Behind us, Owen slipped on the wet concrete and cursed. Peter shouted at him to leave it. Owen did not leave it. The service alley ended at a locked chain-link maintenance gate. Of course it did. A padlock held it shut. Beyond it, 20 yards away, were 2 police officers at the main vehicle gate, flashlights sweeping, unable to see us behind the row. Aaron screamed, "Here, back here." Rain and distance swallowed most of it. One officer turned, maybe hearing something, maybe not. I grabbed the bolt cutters from Marcus. My hands were ruined. My shoulder burned. I set the jaws on the maintenance gate lock. They slipped. Owen was 20 feet away again. The jaws slipped again. Aaron set Maya down against the fence and pressed both hands around mine on the handles, blood from her forearm mixing with blood from my palm. "Together," she said. Owen raised the pistol. Marcus stepped between him and us. "No," Aaron shouted. The gun fired. Marcus jerked and went down on one knee. Not flying backward, not dramatic, just suddenly less able to remain standing. He grabbed his left thigh and sat hard in the water. I squeezed the cutters with Aaron. The lock snapped. I yanked the gate open. An officer's flashlight found us. "Drop the weapon," someone shouted. For one insane second, I thought they meant me and the bolt cutters. Then I saw Owen behind us, gun in hand, rain running down his face. He looked at the officers. He looked at the van. He looked at Maya on the ground, alive. The story ended for him in that glance. You could see it. He turned the pistol toward himself, then stopped. His hand shook. Peter yelled something. An officer yelled louder. Owen dropped the gun. It clattered into the drainage water. The police came through the gate fast after that. Firefighters were behind them. Hands pulled Maya away from the fence. Someone pushed me to my knees. Someone else was saying, "Show me your hands," and Aaron was shouting, "He's with us, he's with us," while a firefighter wrapped gauze around her arm. Peter tried to limp back toward the van and got tackled beside the rear tire. Owen lay face down in the water with an officer's knee between his shoulders. Marcus was awake, bleeding, angry, femoral, I heard myself ask, because insurance forms and first aid posters had taught me just enough words to be useless. A firefighter pressed down on Marcus's thigh. "Not if he stops moving." Marcus looked at me through rain and pain. "Told you there was a protocol." I laughed once, and it came out wrong, almost a sob. The conflict ended there, if you define ending by guns on the ground and people in handcuffs. But Maya kept gasping like she still could not trust the air. Aaron would not let go of my sleeve even while the paramedic cut hers open. Marcus stared at the open rear panel of C-119 as if he expected something else to crawl out. And me, I stood in the rain behind row C, free of the storage unit at last, with the broken bolt cutters hanging from one hand and my whole body shaking from the knowledge that I had nearly done what I always did. I had nearly waited. The first thing the paramedic did was take the bolt cutters out of my hand. I didn't realize I was still holding them until she said, "Sir, I need you to let go." Her voice was calm in the way people get when they are trying not to startle an animal. She had a knit cap pulled low over her forehead, rain beating on the shoulders of her turnout jacket, and blue gloves slick with somebody else's blood. Mine, maybe, Aaron's, Marcus S. At that point, the whole night had become one damp smear of concrete, flashing lights, and hands pressing down on wounds. "I'm not," I started. "You're okay," she said. "Open your fingers for me." I looked down. My right hand had cramped around the handle. The towel strip Aaron had tied there was dark and loose. When I tried to uncurl my fingers, they didn't listen at first. The paramedic did not rush me. She set one gloved hand under mine and waited until the bolt cutters dropped with a heavy clack onto the wet pavement. That sound made me flinch. A police officer turned his flashlight toward me. "You injured?" I gave the answer everybody had been giving all night. "I'm fine." Aaron, sitting on the bumper step of an ambulance with her arm wrapped in gauze, snapped. "He is not fine." Even then, with her rain jacket cut open and her face gray from pain, she still sounded like my older sister arguing with a waiter who forgot my order. The officer looked from her to me. "Sir, my hand," I said, "shoulder, maybe my mouth." "Sit down. I need to tell someone about C-119. "We know about C-119. "No," I said, and my voice came out sharper than I meant. "The rear access panel, the freezer, the boxes, the LLC." Marcus said, "Sir." He lowered the flashlight a little. "We have officers in there now." Behind him, row C had become something I barely recognized. Portable floodlights stood on tripods, throwing harsh white light across the orange doors. Rain shone on every surface. Firefighters moved in and out of the rear service alley. Yellow evidence markers had appeared near the van, each one too small for what it represented. White cargo van sat with both rear doors open, its insides lit up and exposed. Plastic sheeting, coolers, folded blankets, straps, a toolbox, and the ugly ordinary clutter of people who had planned badly, but planned enough. Owen and Peter were gone by then, taken separately in patrol cars. Owen had not shouted. That bothered me more than it should have. Peter had complained the entire time the officers cuffed him, calling Marcus a liar, calling Aaron crazy, saying they had no idea who Maya was. His voice had faded as they pushed his head down into the back seat. Owen had looked once at C-119 before they drove him away. Not at Maya, at the unit, like he had left something unfinished inside. Maya was loaded into the first ambulance. I only saw her for a few seconds after they brought her through the maintenance gate. Her face was swollen, one eye nearly shut, oxygen mask fogging and clearing over her mouth. A paramedic kept saying her name. Maya answered once with a tiny movement of her fingers, not quite a wave, not quite a plea. Aaron tried to stand when they rolled Maya past. "Sit," the paramedic told her. "I'm fine." I almost laughed. Then I tasted blood again and stopped. Marcus went in the second ambulance. He was awake, furious, and arguing about his boots. "Don't cut them," he kept telling the firefighter kneeling beside him. "They're good boots." "You've been shot," the firefighter said. "It's my thigh, not my feet." Marcus, I said. He turned his head toward me. His face was pinched tight with pain. You saved us. He blinked like the words had hit him somewhere tender he had not protected. Then he said, tell them the manager knew about the back panels. I will. Tell them I put in maintenance requests. I will. And tell your sister she's mean. Aaron from the ambulance bumper said, I heard that. Marcus closed his eyes. For 1 second I thought he had passed out, but his mouth twitched. Good. Then they shut the ambulance doors. After that, the night became procedural. Names, dates of birth, addresses. Did I see the weapon? Could I describe the weapon? How many shots? Where was I standing when the first shot was fired? Did I know Maya Riley before tonight? Did I know Owen Rusk or Peter Lang? Was I aware of any business operating out of Unit C-119? Had anyone at the storage facility ever contacted me about suspicious activity? A detective named Alvarez asked most of the questions. Detective Sophia Alvarez, 41, female, from New Jersey, originally in Pittsburgh for the last decade, had tired eyes and a voice that stayed level no matter what answer I gave. She wore a dark raincoat over plain clothes and took notes in a little spiral pad that looked too flimsy for the amount of misery she was putting into it. When I told her about the breathing, she did not smirk. She wrote it down. When I told her the sound had seemed partly mechanical and partly human, she nodded. Portable refrigeration units can make strange noises in enclosed spaces. She was in there with them, I said. Yes. She was breathing beside a freezer full of. I stopped. Detective Alvarez waited. I had been an insurance adjuster long enough to know the difference between facts and conclusions. Facts were safer. Facts did not crawl into bed with you later. A freezer full of labeled medical containers, I said. Good, she said. Stick to what you saw. Erin gave her statement from inside the ambulance while a paramedic cleaned the cut on her forearm. It took 12 stitches. She watched everyone go in. When the paramedic told her she could look away, she said, I work in a high school. This is nothing. But her foot kept bouncing against the metal step. Mine took 7 stitches across the palm, and a sling for what they said was probably a sprained shoulder. The inside of my cheek had split where Peter's elbow drove my face into the floor. No loose teeth. That felt like a gift so small and stupid I wanted to cry over it. By 10:30 p.m., the rain had thinned to mist. The police had taped off row C, the rear service alley, the wash bay, and the maintenance closet. Firefighters had cut the lock off my unit and lifted the door while I stood across the lane, wrapped in a foil blanket, watching my boxes sit under floodlights like evidence of another crime. Erin came to stand beside me. Her arm was in a sling. Her hair had fallen out of its bun, the pencil long gone. You okay? She asked. No, she nodded. Yeah, me neither. For once, neither of us tried to turn that into a joke. Inside C-118, the ceramic penguin lay on its side near the broken desk. The old blue lamp was smashed. Books were spread across the floor, some wet, pages curling. My box labeled miscellaneous feelings had split open, and a stack of holiday cards had slid halfway out. All those cheerful printed families smiling up at the ceiling of a storage unit where a woman had almost been taken away through a wall. "I'm sorry," I said. "For what?" "All of it." Aaron looked at me. "You didn't rent the murder locker next door." "No," but I froze. "You crawled through the wall after you had to tell me. That's what sisters are for." I almost waited. She was quiet for a while. Down the row, an officer photographed the mud-smeared plate on the van. Another bagged Aaron's phone from under it. It was cracked, but still on, somehow, the emergency screen glowing faintly beneath rainwater and grit. Finally, Aaron said, "Almost is not the same as did." I wanted that to be enough. It was, but it was something. They would not let us drive home. My Subaru was fine, they said, but Aaron S. had become part of the scene because its hazard lights had been on during the incident and might have captured reflections on the dash camera she forgot she had installed 2 years earlier after someone rear-ended her in Squirrel Hill. I had not even noticed the tiny camera behind her rearview mirror. Detective Alvarez noticed. That camera later became one of the reasons Owen and Peter stopped pretending they had never touched us. At the hospital, the world tried to become normal too quickly. Fluorescent lights, vending machines, a woman in pajama pants arguing with a nurse about discharge paperwork, a man asleep in a chair with a winter coat over his face. The smell of coffee, disinfectant, and overheated plastic. UPMC Presbyterian was busy enough that our emergency did not make us special for long. Erin got her stitches checked. I got mine cleaned again because I kept reopening my hand by clenching it without realizing. Marcus went into surgery before midnight to remove the bullet from his thigh. It had missed the femoral artery, missed the bone, and still did enough damage that the surgeon said recovery would be annoying and slow, which sounded like Marcus. Maya was taken somewhere we were not allowed to go. Detective Alvarez came to the waiting area around 2:00 a.m. with 2 paper cups of coffee and no good news disguised as comfort. "Maya Riley is alive," she said. Erin closed her eyes. I put my hands over my face. "She's sedated," Alvarez continued. "Dehydrated, concussed, soft tissue injuries, ankle damage from restraints, but alive." "What happened to her?" Erin asked. Alvarez's expression changed in a way I came to understand. Meant she was choosing words that would not poison a witness statement. "She appears to have been a courier transporting temperature-sensitive surgical tissue and transplant-related materials between facilities. At some point, she flagged irregular paperwork and refused a handoff. We're still piecing it together." "Human tissue," I said. "Yes. Was it stolen?" "We believe some of it may have been diverted from legitimate supply chains. Some may have been fraudulently documented. That is going to involve state police, federal agencies, and people with acronyms on their jackets." "And the storage manager?" Erin asked. Alvarez looked down at her coffee, being questioned. Marcus had been right. He had filed maintenance notes about the back panels. He had reported unusual after-hours access to C-119. He had been told the tenant was a medical logistics client and not to interfere unless there was obvious damage or unpaid rent. Whether that was negligence, bribery, or cowardice wearing a tie would take longer to determine. The LLC that rented C-119 had a bland name: Harbor Point Asset Recovery. It sounded like a company that collected old office chairs. It had no real office. It did have a lawyer. That was another thing I learned. Horror does not always end when police arrive. Sometimes it changes clothes and becomes paperwork. We gave more statements the next day. Then again 2 days later. My phone was gone, crushed outside the rear panel, but enough of the 911 call had gone through. Aaron's phone had recorded 31 seconds of audio after it skidded under the van, mostly rain and muffled voices. But Owen S. put that away was clear. Her dash camera had caught Owen shoving me and later forcing us back towards C-118. The facility cameras had failed with the outage, but the backup system had saved still images every 10 seconds for nearly 8 minutes before dying. Grainy, partial, enough. C-119 was emptied under warrant. C-118 was released to me 6 days later. I almost didn't go back. Erin offered to come. I told her no, which made her suspicious because she knows all my lies. But I needed at least one decision to be mine all the way through. I went at noon on a Tuesday when the sky was flat and bright and ordinary. The facility had reopened rows A and B, but row C was still quiet. The front gate worked. The office had a new temporary manager with a strained smile and a sign taped to the counter apologizing for recent service disruptions, as if the place had run out of packing tape. My unit smelled like damp cardboard and metal shavings. I stood in the doorway for a long time. The patched hole in the divider had been covered with fresh sheet metal and silver screws. The broken rear plywood panel was gone, replaced by a clean steel plate. My boxes sat in a messy pile where police had moved them. The penguin was upright on the desk now. Someone had done that. I didn't know who. I started throwing things away. Not carefully, not romantically. I kept the photos. I kept my tax records. I kept one box of books. I threw out the broken furniture, the old takeout menus, the ornaments that belonged to a marriage neither of us lived in anymore. The box labeled miscellaneous feelings went straight into the dumpster without ceremony. Halfway through, I heard a sound from the next unit. I stopped with a stack of plates in my hands. A breath, soft, slow. My throat closed before my brain could catch up. Then I heard voices outside. 2 firefighters were walking row C with a facility inspector, testing ventilation in the empty unit next door. One of them laughed at something. A portable fan thumped on, then slowed, then thumped again. Air moved through the patched wall with a low, damp pull. Explainable. Normal. Still, I put the plates down and walked outside until I could see the sky. Maya called 3 weeks later. Not directly. Detective Alvarez asked first if she could give Maya my number, and I said yes before I could think of reasons not to. When Maya called, her voice was quiet and rough, like she had been using it carefully. She thanked me. I said the wrong things, or too little. I don't remember. I told her Aaron had done more than I had. Maya said she already told me that was nonsense. That made me laugh. A real one, small, but real. Maya did not tell me everything that happened in C-119. I did not ask. She said she remembered tapping because she had once watched a documentary about miners trapped underground, and 3 taps meant someone might listen. She remembered a machine humming near her head. She remembered hearing me say we were going to get help and not believing me because men had said helpful things to her for hours before hurting her anyway. "I believed your sister," she said. "Most people do." "You eventually?" "Yeah," I said, "eventually." Marcus recovered slower than he wanted. Aaron and I visited him once at his apartment in Swissville, where he sat in a recliner with his leg propped up and complained about every doctor in Western Pennsylvania. He had quit the storage facility before they could fire him. He said he might sue. Aaron offered to help him write a statement, and he told her she was bossy. She said, "You lived, didn't you?" He had no answer for that. As for Owen and Peter, they were charged with kidnapping, aggravated assault, illegal restraint, and several things related to trafficking and transport violations that I had to look up and then wished I hadn't. The case did not wrap up neatly. Cases like that don't. There were continuances, sealed filings, names I didn't recognize, and one article in the local news that got half the details wrong and called Allegheny Self-Storage a warehouse facility. I canceled the unit at the end of November. On the last day, I swept C-118 clean myself. The office clerk asked if I wanted a receipt. I almost said no, then changed my mind. I wanted proof I had left. When I rolled the door down for the final time, it rattled in the track, clack by clack, until the bottom met concrete. I stood there with the empty lock in my hand and listened. No breathing, no tapping, just traffic from Washington Boulevard, a crow on the fence, a forklift beeping somewhere beyond the next industrial lot. Ordinary sounds. I walked to my car. At the gate, while I waited for it to slide open, I looked in the rearview mirror and saw row C shrinking behind me in the frame. C-119 had a new lock on it. Temporary police seal gone. Fresh disc lock in place. No number plate, though. Someone had removed it, leaving 2 clean screw holes in the white rectangle where the stencil used to be. Maybe evidence techs had taken it. Maybe the facility was repainting. Maybe nothing. Then, just before the gate opened wide enough for me to pull through, my receipt slipped off the passenger seat and landed face down by my boot. I reached for it, annoyed, normal, already halfway back into the life where small things mattered. On the back, in faint gray dust from the floor of my unit, were 3 little marks. Tap, tap, tap. I stared at them until the gate started beeping for me to move. Then I drove out. I did not go back. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.